Well, yeah, of course we did. Because American labor at the time was not very valuable because everyone was like, yeah, I'll work 12 hours a day for one acorn to plant into a tree that will produce bark that I can nibble on.
The factories that come build in America, we are going to protect them. They're going to be successful.
So I know you meant surplus, Mr. Witt, but I know what you meant.
That's why they're going to build in America. The
I should have
greatest
corrected
economy
myself
in
when
the
I read
earth.
it.
All of these companies are going to come and build here.
So when 3 of the president's other economic advisors who are on other networks today say that 50 different countries have been calling the White House to try to talk about the tariffs, what does that mean? Because that makes it sound...
Bosch, you seem to be flip-flopping between there's a limit to the propaganda MAGA will buy and MAGA will believe anything. I'm confused what you believe here. I mean, I'm confused what they believe. I don't know. I kind of believe both to an extent. I think that, like, the point I'm at, I guess, or like the perspective that I have is that because they're in a cult, they will not turn from Trump, but they will not buy individual explanations for why what is happening is because of Trump. Or like why what is happening is good. Does that make sense? Like, they will continue to believe in Trump, but they'll go like, well, you know, we're weathering a lot of economic hardship right now because of, I don't know, trade mismanagement. Maybe they'll blame Lutnick or something. I don't know how they're going to scapegoat it. I don't know. Maybe my position on this is inconsistent, but so's theirs. So that's all I have. What are we supposed to do, man? Like, you have to be really dumb to fall for this shit.
Sound like there is a negotiation, which is different from saying the tariffs are permanent.
Well, what it shows is...
Yeah, Facebook boomers blaming Republicans but not Trump. I blame Democrats for this in part because Democrats are still arguing that Republicans and Trump are different, and they really need to cut that shit out. They need to stop distinguishing the two because it makes... like, they are literally... They're one and the same, man. They're doing the same thing. You can't keep pretending, you know?
That all these countries know that they've been ripping us off, and the day has come for that to end. Now, the problem is, it's not just tariffs. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, Vietnam said they'd like to be 0-0. Remember, Vietnam sends us $120 billion worth of goods every year.
Yes,
and we send them about $12 billion. Wait, we send them
Yeah, because they make stuff for us to buy, and they're too poor to buy our stuff.
$12 billion. So it's not the tariffs. It has nothing to do with tariffs. If they went to 0-0, they would go to $200 billion with us.
Which they can't afford.
To stop the ripoff, and 0-0 is the way.
I know, but we don't have 0-0.
So again, like, what tariffs would Vietnam be removing from us? It makes absolutely no sense. Like, so what he's acknowledging here is that they're not being tariffed based on reciprocal tariffs. They're being tariffed on a trade deficit, but the trade deficit is a consequence of a wealth imbalance in the countries. Vietnam will not be able to summon the wealth to buy an equivalent amount of goods from America. So the implication here is, like, it doesn't matter what you do tariff-wise, since there's nothing they can do to address the trade imbalance, they're not going to have the tariffs removed. It's meaningless.
Sir, we don't have 0-0, actually, because when we saw the president stand in the Rose Garden holding up that chart that you helped make, that wasn't actually tariffs. That was actually confusing to investors because it was some kind of other formula, and the countries themselves seemed kind of random. Like, why are the Heard and McDonald Islands, which don't export to the United States and are quite literally inhabited by penguins, why do they face a 10% tariffs? Did you use AI to generate this?
I like her.
No.
Nah, what are you, come on. Come on, you know we both know this is all bullshit, and I'm just here to rep the talking points. Come on, don't press me on this, like, really obvious, embarrassing shit. Come on.
The idea is...
Why are they on the list?
Left off. Because the idea, what happens is, if you leave anything off the list, the countries that try to basically arbitrage America go through those countries to us. Any country, like we had tariffs, the president put tariffs on China, right, in 2018, and then what China started doing is they started going through other countries to America.
Right.
They just built through other countries through America, and so the president knows that, he's tired of it, and he's going to fix that. So basically he said, look, I can't let any part of the world be a place where China...
I'm sure that they were routing a lot of industry through the fucking Penguin Islands to get the... What he's describing, by the way, isn't necessarily incorrect, the avoiding tariffs by using shell companies in other countries. I don't think they were doing that for the McDonald Island. I'm sorry, I just don't think they were. I'd like to see some evidence at that point.
Or other countries can ship through them. So he ended those loopholes, these ridiculous loopholes, and now what he's trying to say is, I'm going to fix the trade deficit of the United States of America. It's a national security issue. We need to make medicine. We need to make semiconductors.
Back to the talking points, back to the weave, back to the talking points, back to the weave.
Come on, we need the greatness of America to actually be built in America, and he's tired of getting ripped off by the rest of the world.
Okay, but just to be clear, April 9th, the so-called retaliatory tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs, I should say, are those coming, or are they open to negotiation?
The tariffs are coming. He announced it, and he wasn't kidding.
It's crazy that, like, getting an exclusive interview with a member of the president's cabinet used to be a big deal where you could glean a lot of useful information. And now it's like, do you want to hear a guy ineptly repeat what Trump said in a speech a few days ago? And then if you ask him for clarification, he says, we could have you killed if we wanted to. Anyway, and then he goes back to the weave.
Tariffs are coming. Of course they are.
Okay. Is the administration considering any kind of offset, any kind of subsidy? You mentioned the first administration, there was some bailout to farmers to help them deal with the pain from Chinese retaliation. Are you looking at that now?
Not that I have not participated in any meetings with respect to that. The country...
Do you think a member of the cabinet making an address like this to the nation on a news site should be considered under oath? Honestly, I think all politicians should be under oath when they're acting in any official capacity and not speaking on matters of national security. Now, obviously, like, applying that would be very difficult and an uphill battle. I'm not suggesting you could just, like, pass that with the law, but, like, we're in the world we're living in now, it seems like lying is just OP, I guess. And I'm okay with there being, like, certain sacrifices that you have to make to your legal rights to be a politician. We do that with soldiers. Like, if you're a soldier, you lose so many rights. You lose so many legal rights, right? Like, you can walk off a job. You cannot walk off a military base. Like, but a soldier is just a random grunt. Like, these are politicians. These are members of the fucking presidential cabinet, you know? Politicians should not have legal rights, Lamau. Fucking true.
Is focused on, you realize trillions of dollars of factories are going to be built in America. That's huge GDP.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure, Queen. Absolutely, 100%. I think, again, do the math in your head, okay? It takes very little money by our standards to make a t-shirt in Vietnam. Let's say $1. Let's say $2, even though it's not $2. Depends on the t-shirt. $2, okay? So the factory making that t-shirt for $2 a pop, you know, that's not the end of the supply chain. The factory sends it to distributors. Distributors send it to local brands or shops or whatever, and then those brands or shops or whatever sell them to the customer, okay? So you get markups along the way. But let's just talk about the sale from the factory, buying wholesale, okay? At factory prices, $2 a t-shirt. So with the tariffs in America, it now costs $3 a t-shirt to send it over to America because of the tariffs in Vietnam, right? Because you have to pay the additional, you get me. In reality, it'd be more than that because you're not selling it at wholesale prices necessarily, but let's keep the math simple. $3 a t-shirt now. But here's some good news. If you're that Vietnamese factory, you get to sell the t-shirt at regular price to every other country. If you're selling it to China, France, Spain, Italy, Japan, you get to sell it at $2 a t-shirt. Okay. Now what happens if you move the factory over to America? Now a t-shirt will take, let's say at minimum, $15 per t-shirt to make. 10 to keep the math simple. Now, you're in America, these t-shirts cost way more to make, you sell them in America at a much higher price. Before, the price jump might have gone $10 to 15, now we're looking more like it being sold at a flat 30 or 40 or so. But now, when you sell to other countries, you're selling it at the marked up American price. Now, by moving your factory to America, you're contending with an increase in price when you sell it to everyone else. So you could have sold these t-shirts for $2 a pop to France, Spain, China, Italy, but now that you're in America and you want to sell abroad, congratulations. You're selling these t-shirts at minimum $10 a pop, same t-shirt, all over the world. Why would any factory move to America? Like, considering the math equation that we just did, what would the incentive be for any factory to move to America? Why would anyone want to buy American products? Bosch would buy them because they're more expensive, though? I see you're digging me, and I accept it in part. But it's worth noting, Made in America used to be good in, like, the production of vintage clothing because it predates, 1, globalization, and 2, a lot of cost-cutting, fast fashion-esque production methods. But that's not the case anymore. There are very high-quality clothing manufacturers operating in China, Vietnam, whatever else, and there are low-quality ones operating here in America. The gap has narrowed to the point where, arguably, at this point, I would, in some cases, trust a t-shirt made in Vietnam more than America, because in Vietnam, you can assure quality for a lower labor price. In America, you've got to cut every corner in the world to get even close, even a little bit close, to the price that people would get if they were buying from Vietnam. Does that make sense? Basically, what I'm saying is we're cooked.
Factories being built in America are huge.
That takes years, and you said that robots are going to fill those jobs. So those aren't union
no, it's really automated
jobs.
It's automated factories.
He can't even keep the goddamn narrative straight. Yeah, we're gonna get all these big, beautiful American manufacturing jobs in our automated factories that robots control.
Automated factories, but the key is who's gonna build the factories, who's gonna operate the factories, who's gonna make...
Robots. Who's gonna operate the automated factories? Robots. That's the point.
Make them work. Great American workers. You know,
You
we are
said
going to
robots
replace
on other
the
networks, so
armies
that's a
of
fact.
millions of people. Well, remember, the army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones. That kind of thing is going to come to America. It's going to be automated, and great America.
What? Are we getting jobs here or not? Can you settle on a consistent lie? He's got like 3 different mutually exclusive versions of a lie that he keeps like switching between. We want people to invest in America, but we don't want them to own a portion of America. We're gonna bring manufacturing back to America, but only in the form of automated plants. You know, these tariffs are based on like reciprocal tariffs, but they're also based on trade deficits. You know, the trade imbalance with Vietnam has to be corrected, but we don't want them to be able to buy our products because they're only going to get more expensive when they're manufactured here. What's going on, man?
Americans, the trade craft of America is going to fix them, is going to work on them. They're going to be mechanics, there's going to be HVAC specialists, there's going to be electricians. The trade craft of America are high school educated Americans. The core to our workforce is going to have the greatest resurgence of jobs in the history of America to work on these high-tech factories, which are all coming to America. That's what's going to build our next generation of America.
Are you concerned in the time it will take for a company to move to America that it will benefit China in the immediate term, that other markets will look to other suppliers instead of dealing with the United States?
That is ridiculous. The problem is everyone in the world...
That is ridiculous, that objective fact that is happening. Other countries already reaching out to China to establish closer trade relations. South Korea, Japan, the EU. It's just, that's ridiculous.
Sells to us. Our economy is the consumer of the world. We are the only one with a trade deficit. The rest of the world has a trade surplus. Why does Europe have a trade surplus? Is there something about Europe that's special? Seriously, are they a different?
They consume a lot less than Americans do per capita. And also, the EU is on average a lot poorer than America. It also has a lot more people in it. There are a lot more, a good example of this would be Japan. Japan is a wealthy country with a lot of problems, but a wealthy country that also has very high employment, and they have a lot of mixed manufacturing employment. And the reason for that is because due to a wide variety of domestic, economic, and social policies, they have stratified their economy to the point where they can engage in a bunch of different markets, if that makes sense. Japan can do manufacturing. They can do like special kinds of procurement. They can do financial work. They can do tech work. They can do service work. There's room for a lot of it. A lot of that, by the way, is because Japan has pretty low housing prices, which means that it's easy to start up interesting ventures there. Not over here in America. We're very specialized as like a tech and service economy. Europe, the EU, it's like fucking 25 countries. It's a big place. The EU is a big place with a lot of people. There's a lot of economic diversity there, and they often sell and trade to each other. But it's a mixture of a differently structured economy. It's a mixture of that, the fact that in a lot of places in Europe, land is a lot cheaper. There's people willing to do a wider range of jobs. There's more like subcraft specialization. It hasn't been as affected by outsourcing because of, like, you can do outsourcing within the EU, right? Like, if you want to do intra-EU outsourcing and you're Germany, there are countries in the EU that have like lower cost of living that you can benefit from, even though they use the same currency. It's complicated, basically. America specialized really, really, really heavily into tech and service. Now, my argument, by the way, is that I would like to see America adopt a healthier and more robust and more diversified economic portfolio akin to what Japan does by lowering land prices and by allowing through like zoning, through different like local policies, you can incorporate like a wider range of local manufacturing, procurement, whatever, without this like delusional we're gonna bring the Rust Belt back bullshit, you know? Basically, I'm saying like, as we are a wealthy nation and we should be full of cute cafes and boutiques. And I mean that. If you want to go get clothes or whatever, you shouldn't go to like Old Navy Mega Mart where everything is made by Chinese slaves or some shit. There should be like a cool little boutique, only one of which exists on Earth. And you can go there and they're like, yeah, our garments are slightly more expensive, but way better. And also they were made by your neighbor and everyone feels like a personal connection to the stuff they care about. We could have this. We could have it.
World than we are. Why are they selling $200 billion a year?
Mr. Secretary.
More to us. It's because it's not fair. The rules are made not fair, and President Trump is going to fix them.
It's not fair.
Doing it for America, and he's
it's
doing
not
it for your
fair.
children and mine and our grandchildren. This is the moment.
Fucking aggrievement politics, man. It's literally all they have. You can be the most powerful guy on earth. It literally does not matter. Look at Elon. Elon is literally the wealthiest man on earth. All he fucking does is cry. All he does is complain. Everyone hates me. They send me death threats. They say I can't play video games. Oh yeah, did you see that? Elon streamed Path of Exile 2 in his private plane, and a bunch of people in-game chat were whispering and telling him to kill himself. Incredibly funny. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm hiding Elon here. You will always feel insecure. It will never go away. Comedy is legal again. You can hide the chat. Yeah, but knowing how to hide the chat would require knowing how to play the game, and he doesn't know how to play Path of Exile too. Obama tried to bring back local niche manufacturing with like 3D printing and CNC plants, but Republicans killed it. Yeah, because because Republicans represent the interests of capital very directly, and capital wants overseas investment. Capital wants outsourcing. Who do you think did that? Like who do you think was responsible for outsourcing? The proletariat? Who do you think did that? Sorry, I closed the tab, but I forgot we didn't actually finish.
It is shaping up to.
And our grandchildren. This is the moment that the United States of America takes hold of itself. And Donald Trump's been talking about this his whole life. This is Donald Trump's agenda, and we are all here to help him execute.
No, please continue to like directly ascribe this to Trump. I want this to be like, you know, whatever.
We will take him at his word quite literally. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
She did a fantastic job. Margaret Brennan, I've seen her plenty of times before. I just haven't really committed her name to my mind. Look at the comments. The comments are going to be exclusively anti-Howard Lutnick. It's the Face of the Nation YouTube channel. She did a great job. Did you see Besant might be trying to escape? Yeah, but I'll believe it when I see it. Like, I'll see it. I'll see it happening when it happens, you know? Yeah, I guess we should, speaking of, I guess we can take a look at like the other wing. Face the Nation and Meet the Press. You know, we kind of got like the other side of the Trump economic advisor wing.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Secretary Bessent, welcome back to Meet the Press.
It's good to see him.
It's great to have you back after a very big week. Let's start with the market reaction to President Trump's announcement of his tariffs. As I just laid out at the top of the program, the markets lost more than $6 trillion in value. Was this disruption always part of the plan, Mr. Secretary?
Look, the markets are organic. The animals, and you never know what the reaction's going to be.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm like a big money guy. I'm the Treasury Secretary. No one knew that the markets would respond poorly to tariffing the whole planet by an average of 30% or something. No one could have guessed that. No one's ever tried it before, and we're learning as we go. And honestly, it's been a real experience. You know, it's been like a real learning experience the whole time.
One thing that I can tell you as the Treasury Secretary, what I've been very impressed with is the market infrastructure. That we had record volume on Friday, and everything is working very smoothly. So the American people, they can be very. Take great comfort in that. And in terms of
when I watch people like this beef answers to questions that they should be prepared for, and we see this during debates as well, you're given an easy layup question, they have no answer for it. Sometimes I think what are you doing, man? I know you're evil. Don't you have I don't know, don't you know what they're gonna ask you? How are your answers so bad? But then I remember I'm a live streamer and my job is less stressful than theirs, and sometimes I have a bad night because I stay up too late playing video games, then sleep poorly, and then I wake up and I'm and then I show up to stream late and I forget all the topics that I was going to cover that day. And I think they're probably in the same boat. Basically, I'm accusing him of a live streamer level of professionalism, because I think that's the boat they're in, right? It's not like there are standards over there. It's not like they're having cabinet meetings and the president is shape up, you need to do a better job pushing this message, this is what I want to sell the American people, this is what I want. Trump is just off golfing and everyone else is fuck, okay, I guess I'll justify this or whatever. I don't think there's much top-down discipline, because there's no discipline at the top. The top right now is Trump and Elon. How much discipline could they possibly be demanding of the people below them? It's probably the what's the name of that woman who's been commanding Trump's press? Not press, sorry, his staff. The woman, she's like actually quite intelligent. Susie Wiles, thank you. She might be trying to like mandate a message. Honestly, I have a feeling they're probably calling her a stupid bitch and ignoring her. Like, what is her, like, she cares, you know? But like they don't, so they're just gonna be like, "Fuck you, mom. I'm gonna go on Meet the Press and not have an answer for the obvious first question." Yeah, we had no idea tariffing every country on Earth would lead to a market crash. Besson is literally gay. He hates women. That's true. Can we talk about how gay men are? It's misogynistic to be gay. Very under-discussed subject.
The market reaction, look, we get these short-term market reactions from time to time. The market consistently underestimates Donald Trump. I remember that in 2016, the night President Trump won, the market crashed. Market crashed.
And it did not crash like this, man. The market had a downturn because people were surprised by the result. Not like this, man.
Turned out he was going to be the most pro-business president in over a century, maybe in the history of the country, and we went on to very high after inflation returns for the next 4 years.
Well, but this was the biggest two-day crash since the pandemic. The president on Saturday urging people, quote, to hang tough, saying it won't be easy. And I guess the big question on people's minds, Mr. Secretary, how difficult is it going to be? And how long are Americans going to have to hang tough?
Well, I reject that, the assumption. There doesn't have to be a recession.
Oh, hold on. There's no reason for them to hang tough at all. They might even be able to like hang mild or hang loose, perhaps. I don't know. Whatever the antonym of that might be.
Who knows how the market is going to react.
Again, we are 2.5 months into the presidency, and the Treasury Secretary is doing interviews where he's like, it might not be like one of the worst economic catastrophes in American history. It's possible that it could end up being okay, maybe. I don't know. Like, come on, let's be positive here.
In a day, in a week, what we are looking at is building the long-term economic fundamentals for prosperity that I think the previous administration had put us on a course toward financial calamity.
But it's just in terms of the uncertainty,
it's
I think,
Biden's fault,
that
actually.
people are feeling and seeing. And President Trump saying he wants people to hang tough, acknowledging there's going to be what he has described as a short period of pain. Can you help provide some clarity for folks? How long will this period of uncertainty be? Are we talking about weeks? Are we talking about months? Are we talking about years?
This is an adjustment process. What we saw with President Reagan when he brought down the great inflation and we got past the Carter malaise.
Reagan, the president that like tripled the debt. Was it the debt or the deficit that he tripled? Which one was it? It was the national debt? The entire goddamn debt got tripled. Both? Why not? Let's take it.
There was some choppiness at that time, but he held the course, and we're going to hold the course. And this has been years in the building, years in the making. This unsustainable system. Our trading partners have taken advantage of us. We can see that through the large surpluses. We can see this through the large budget deficits, and also, Kristen, this is a national security problem, which we saw during COVID. We saw during COVID that optimal supply chains are not resilient. And what I could say is the only good outcome from COVID is it was a beta test for what would happen if our supply chains got broken. And President Trump has decided that we cannot be at risk like that for our crucial medicines, for semiconductors.
So the best solution to this snafu was to abruptly break all of our security, political, economic alliances, all our trade, disrupt everything for no benefit with no plan of fixing it. Gotcha. We don't want allies. We don't want connections. Wouldn't a good way of like shoring up the potential for a future trade catastrophe caused by the inflexibility and fragility of these systems be to like have a robust network of allies around the globe, you know? Like, maybe Taiwan shouldn't be the only one providing us semiconductors, but what if we were like 4 or 5 countries that we trade with that had that? You know, what if we invested in the world, and like, what if everyone got to benefit from this organically developed web of mutual like interdependence, where, you know, the consequences of us fighting against each other would be too great, so no one actually wants to. I don't know.
They have forced shipping, and we are going to move forward so the American people can know that they are going to have a more secure future.
And yet, President Trump promised that he was going to improve the economy starting on day one. He said prices are going to come down. More than 160 million Americans, Mr. Secretary, as you know, are invested in the market. Many of them have spent their lives saving for their retirement. What is your message to Americans who want to retire right now and who've just seen their lifetime savings drop significantly?
You will die poor.
Kristen, I think that's a false narrative. Americans who want to retire right now, the Americans who have put away for years in their savings accounts, I think they don't look at the day-to-day fluctuations of what's happening.
They really do hate you, man. Like, they really, really hate your ass and want you to die, man. If you want to retire now, then yeah, they would be looking. People who are considering cracking into their 401ks, that they will be paying attention pretty closely to how the market's looking. It's pretty important. They really hate your ass, man. They want you dead so badly. It's crazy.
And, you know, in fact, most Americans don't have everything in the market. Most Americans in a 401k have what's called a 60-40 account. That is 60 of 40 accounts that are down 5 or 6% on the year. People have a long-term view. They have a program that the... I
don't think people who are looking to retire and crack open their 401k necessarily have a long-term view, in the sense that they're like, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that they actually really care about how the market's doing, because it kind of determines how much money they're going to get to live the rest of their life off of.
The reason the stock market is considered a good investment is because it's a long-term investment. If you look day to day, week to week, it's very risky. Over the long term, it's a good investment.
President Trump's tariffs are being described as the biggest tax hike on Americans in decades. They could cost the average household thousands of dollars. Republican Senator Ted Cruz had this to say. I'm going to play it, get your reaction on the other side.
Tariffs are a tax on consumers, and I'm not a fan of jacking up taxes on American consumers.
Do you acknowledge that President Trump's tariffs will cause prices to go up on a range of goods?
Well, Kristen, what I like is data. And if we look at the data from President Trump's first term, and there's a big study that just came out from a group of economists, mostly at MIT, that showed that a 20% tariff on China led to a 0.7% tax or price level increase over 4 years. I think that's pretty good. If we can take in...
The tariffs the Trump administration put in their first term were bad. They were ruinous. They led to the loss of tens of thousands of jobs that used steel manufacturing. He had to divert billions to farmers with subsidies to compensate them for the losses they experienced. Yeah, I mean, it's not, he's lying. What are you gonna do?
20% in tariffs, and it's a 0.7% increase. And Kristen, the little publicized story this week, everyone wants to look at the stock market going down.
Somebody pointed it out earlier, by the way, and I think this is a good point. This disruption in the stock market is going to lead to a lot of delinquencies and future payments. Like there are going to be, like you've got older people who are not going to be able to crack open the retirement they were looking for, and as prices increase, they're just not going to be able to pay. There's going to be so much downstream economic disruption caused by this that's going to linger for like decades, you know? That's going to go way beyond, like you're going to get into the speculative market, you know? People are going to be like betting on these mortgages. Oh man. People are going to be defaulting on loans. Yeah. Tariffs and Canadian goods having a devastating effect, U.S. farmers say. Yeah, you provided this link earlier. Some U.S. farmers say the tariffs are already making it harder for producers in their country, already long accustomed to hardship, to make a living. Most farmers are pretty used to adversary things in situations like this. Adversity? But I think many of them are actually struck and shock. 90% of the state's potash comes from Canada. Much of its farming equipment carries a Made in Canada stamp. Yeah. Time machine needed to undo damage. Okay, all right. It's not great, is the point.
For your time this morning.
Right, this is the other video. Get here.
Down. You know what else went down? Oil prices went down almost 15%.
That's not good. The fact that the Treasury Secretary is touting a dip in oil prices as though that was a good thing, insane. Absolutely insane.
% in 2 days, which impacts working Americans much more than the stock market does. Interest rates hit their low for the year, so I'm expecting the mortgage applications to pick up.
Well, just to be very clear, though, I mean, during President Trump's first
Question is lying or stupid? Lying.
terms, the cost to Americans was nearly $80 billion in new taxes due to his tariffs. Prices did go up on everything from washing machines to tires.
Well, no, but let's go back. The aggregate number was 0.7, so we can discern the individual things. Also, households saw real net wages go up. So if wages go up faster than prices, which is not what happened over the past 4 years, that's why the bottom 50% got eviscerated.
Let me ask you about your view, because last January you wrote that, quote, tariffs are inflationary. The Fed chair said the same thing on Friday, that tariffs announced this week cause higher inflation. Have you expressed any concerns to President Trump directly that his tariff policy could be inflationary?
No, what I've said is tariffs are a one-time price adjustment. So there's a big difference between insipid endemic inflation within the system and consistent price level increases and a one-time adjustment. But the other thing that we're doing is we are raising wages for working Americans. We're bringing down regulation. So
is the increased wages in the room with us right now, out of curiosity? Is it here with us? Can I see it? Raising wages. I thought we were importing like low-wage factory jobs, then automating 90% of them. I mean, they lie, but they must know it'll obviously be bad. What's the end game? For one, you have Mad King syndrome. It seems like Donald Trump just really wants to devalue the dollar and impose tariffs, like he's always wanted this. Probably because he wants to turn America into like an oligarchical pedophile haven, the way Russia is. And also, there are a small number of people who would benefit from an economic crash because it would allow them to buy up huge portions of the economy once they default. So it's a deliberately, constructed recession, and Bessent would be aware of that.
There are estimates that regulations have cost the average household about $8,000, that when we get this tax bill through, then we will make the tax levels permanent. And again, the drop in the energy prices, the drop in interest costs, I think real after-tax wages are going to go up for Americans, and that's what's important.
One of the big questions and points of confusion, I think, is are these tariffs permanent or are they a negotiating tactic? Some administration officials have said they're permanent. President Trump himself has said he's open to negotiating. So let me just ask you, is President Trump willing to negotiate or are these tariffs permanent?
Well, I think that's going to be a decision for President Trump, but I can tell you that as only...
So there's literally like no direction. What the fuck does that mean? There's no, wait, so the implication here being like there might be no room for negotiation, which is the thing that people have been touting? We know there's no plan. We know that no one's communicating with anyone. We know this.
He can do, at this moment, he's created maximum leverage for himself. And more than 50 countries have approached the administration about lowering their non-tariff trade barriers, lowering their tariffs, stopping currency manipulation, and they've been bad actors for a long time, and it's not the kind of thing you can negotiate away in days or weeks.
You yourself have said that he's using these for negotiating. He has told me directly he's open to negotiating. So just very clearly, for the American people, can you say definitively, is he planning to negotiate? Has he already started negotiations with countries?
I think we're going to have to see what the countries offer and whether it's believable. Because again,
so he's open to it, is what I hear you saying.
No. I think
Christ.
that we are going to have to see the path forward, because after 20, 30, 40, 50 years of bad behavior, you can't just wipe the slate clean.
Again, the bad behavior is Vietnam building factories so that they can sell cheap products to the U.S. that we want to buy, that our corporations invested in, and that everyone was happy with. Even Vietnam, relatively speaking, benefited from this arrangement, though obviously, ideally, they would be compensated better and their country would be wealthier. But in the absence of a magical button you could press to do that, it was a largely mutually beneficial trade relationship, taking advantage of the relative developmental interests of both countries. We're the global reserve currency. We have the wealth. We want to buy things from other countries. Artisans in other countries make those things for us. And there's no way to correct this. Because, again, these aren't reciprocal tariffs. These are just, we're the aggressor. We're the ones aggressing with the tariffs. On the other end, they were just selling us products. They're being punished for selling to us. They're being punished for being good vendors to us.
All right, let me ask you about one of the big questions. Recession, as you know, analysts say the chances of a recession are rising in the wake of the tariffs announced this week. Do you believe that President Trump's tariffs are risking the chances of a recession?
I don't, and I think we could see from the jobs number on Friday that was well above expectations that we are moving forward. So I see no reason that we have to price in a recession.
Okay. Before I let you go, I know you've been one of the officials spearheading the efforts to get President Trump's budget bill passed on Capitol Hill. It includes the president's plans for tax cuts, extending the 2017 tax cuts, for example. Are you confident that the president's budget bill will pass before the August recess?
We are shooting for even a much earlier date. And Chris and I can tell you the underreported story in D.C. is, it's fun from our side of the aisle to watch the Democratic chaos, but the underreported story is the Republican unity. And Speaker Johnson has done an incredible job with a small minority. He got reconciliation instructions out on the first try. He got a clean continuing resolution. Speaker Thune, the Senate issued the reconciliation instructions, so things are moving very quickly.
Very quickly, President.
We will see how long this lasts. Republicans are already all ditching on their town hall meetings due to public backlash. The consequences of the tariffs are going to, because we're a while away from the next budget being passed properly. We are a while away from that. So there's a lot of time for the pain on these tariffs to mount. We'll see.
Trump called on the Fed chair to lower interest rates. Do you think that Fed Chair Jerome Powell should lower interest rates?
I think that when we see inflation dropping, that the Fed will do what it always does and lower rates. But in the meantime,
sometimes they raise rates.
We can control is the longer-term rate, the 10-year rate, which hit a new low on Friday. That's where mortgages are priced. That's where long-term capital formation is priced. And back to the tax deal. When we can pass that, we will have economic certainty.
Okay, we'll be watching for that timeline you just laid out very closely. Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
This one was less antagonistic, but it was also face-to-face. The Howard Lutnick one face-to-face, I feel like she would have throttled him a little bit. Oh, man. These are good interviews. I don't know why they're doing them, because they have like nothing to offer people, but they think like they look like they're winning. I just think they're being told to do it, I don't know how much else there is to it. I feel like they're just kind of bouncing around, trying to justify, What do we have on the list? Chinese woman detained by U.S. Border Patrol in Arizona dies by suicide? Jesus. I'm sure this will improve national relations between us and them. Border Patrol officials did not follow internal policies about publicly acknowledging the death of someone in custody, so they tried to hide it. Gotcha. Oh, here we go. This is a fun one. So one of the legal immigrants who was sent to the El Salvador concentration camp, the one that the White House said was an administrative mistake, they had a court hearing the other day where a lawyer from the DOJ went down there and essentially said, I don't know how to justify this, I'm sorry. The judge was like, what the fuck were you guys doing? Why'd you deport this guy? And the lawyer was like, I'm sorry, I just work here, which is pretty much what I'd say if I was in his position as well. That man has been placed on leave. That lawyer has been placed on leave. For not, here we go. Attorney General Pam Bondi said in a statement following the news that Rioveni had been placed on leave. At my direction, every DOJ attorney is required to zealously advocate on behalf of the United States. Any attorney who fails to abide by this direction will face consequences. Pretty straightforward, right? I mean, what do you even say about this, huh? It doesn't matter how illegal the shit we do is. It doesn't matter how unjustifiable it is. You will defend that. It doesn't matter if you have to lie. It doesn't matter if you have to cheat. It does not matter. You will defend what we do, or you will be forced out. Like, you should have gone to the judge and just lied, obfuscated, whatever else. The head of Justice Connection, a network of former Justice Department employees, defended Rioveni, saying in a statement that he has, quote, defended his clients with great skill and integrity, never as a loyalist or a partisan, but because he believes in the rule of law. Nope, that is not what we're doing here today. Not anymore. This just means they won't have many attorneys soon. Most lawyers won't risk contempt charges. Yeah, I mean, eventually, like, the only people who are going to be employed by the Justice Department are going to be the sleaziest, partisan, like, far-right, they're all going to be like fucking the Kraken lady. They're going to be lunatics. People who are okay with risking contempt charges. They had to be asking him to commit perjury or some shit. That's 100% what they want. My guess is that Pam Bondi wants a standoff with these judges. Like, Pam Bondi doesn't want to send lawyers who will go there and admit what they're doing is unjustifiable. Pam Bondi wants to send people down there who will dare the judges to hold them in contempt. The White House has been giving us rolling updates to their perspective on this issue in the form of AI Ghibli images for some reason. We do not ask permission from far-left Democrats before we deport illegal immigrants. In this case, the far-left Democrat in question is a federal judge, and the illegal immigrant is a legal immigrant that the White House has already acknowledged was legally here and not intended to be deported. But, you know, who cares? They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Remember when J.D. Vance admitted that he likes to make up stories? Remember? When the cats and dogs thing kind of fell through, he was like, well, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't, but like, you know, we have to make stories. That was pretty funny. It's spiritually true? Yeah, that's true. How do we get here? We've been on the path for a long time, especially over the past, like, 9 years, but, you know. If there's some actual deconstruction and justice to this entire administration, I wonder if we'll ever know who ran the White House Twitter account. Dollars to Donuts, it's a 23-year-old Groyper. Like, easily, that's the read. Someone who it's easy to pin shit on if need be. I don't think they're going to pin anything on anything. It's just they would need a social media account being run. They're going to use a young person. What young people are involved directly with the Trump administration? Fucking neo-Nazis. Like, what else are they going to do, you know? I really hope Miyazaki sues OpenAI out of oblivion. Well, if it makes you feel any better, well, this is, OpenAI is losing a lot of money on the ChatGPT thing. On the Ghibli thing, I mean, which is ChatGPT. AI expert says, oh wait, no, never mind. This wasn't said by OpenAI. This was said by an AI expert. I don't know how verifiable that is. Never mind. It might be true though. They've never been profitable or able to break even, so probably true. Yeah. It's it is nice. It is a little bit of like cosmically. It is pleasant to know that it's just not economically viable to produce this, and that it's basically being run on like, you know, lost leader speculation. Maybe one day we'll find a way to make this profitable. Projected to lose $5 billion this year. That's nice. Give us your take on why Groypers become Groypers. Why, like, young neo-Nazis become young neo-Nazis. Sexual insecurity. What else do? It's pretty much the same story with all of them. They're not very interesting people. There's a whole bunch of like gay performative psychopathy that they engage in as a mask for the fact that like underneath it, it's the exact same like cuck porn obsessed brain rot incel shit for all of them. It's the same guy. They all act the same online. They don't have distinct personalities. You probably notice that when you see the Nazis online, the big Nazi accounts, they don't act distinct from each other. You can follow lefty accounts, they act differently. They talk about different things, they've got different like bents to them or whatever. Not so much with them. They lose money on the $200 premium plan because people use it too much. I mean, if you are paying for, if you are paying a $200 a month subscription, you are for ChatGPT, you are probably like a psychopath who is using it every day for everything you do, right? So I guess that makes sense. I pay for the $20 a month plan, but I'm a software engineer. Don't admit that here. I'll ban people in a win for that. I'll engage in degrees of tyranny, the likes of which you've never seen before in chat. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that.
We hit the AV with an EMP. Of course we do. As soon as the AV is in range, we cause an electromagnetic pulse. The onboard electronics should fail.
The fuck is this? Texas county that swung to Trump grapples with immigration crackdown after bakery is targeted. I didn't know it would affect me. When Homeland Security investigations agents showed up at Abby's Bakery in February and arrested the owners and... Wait, Abby's Bakery, is that the famous one? Am I thinking of something else? I don't know. And arrested the owners and employees, residents of Los Fresnos were shocked. But the bakery's owners, Baez and Avila Guel, a Mexican couple who are legal U.S. permanent residents, could conceal everything after being accused of concealing and harboring immigrants who were in the U.S. illegally. Am I thinking of Amy's? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of Amy's. It's a rare case in which a business owner may face criminal charges rather than just a fine. The reaction in the town of 8,500 residents may show the limits of support for Trump's immigration crackdown in a majority Hispanic region dotted with fields of cotton, sugarcane, and red grapefruit, where Republicans made gains in last year's elections. Cameron County voted for a GOP president for the first time since 2004. For neighboring Starr County, it was the first time since 1896. Los Fresnos, which is 90% Latino and counts the school district as its largest employer, is about a half-hour drive from the U.S.-Mexico border. Hundreds of school bus drivers, painters, retirees, and parishioners from the nearby Catholic Church come into Abby's Bakery every day. Customers with silver trays and tongs select pastries from glass door cabinets. That is how a pastry, that is how a bakery works. 6 of Abby's 8 visitor visas, but none had work permits. Employees lived in a room with 6 beds and shared 2 bathrooms in the same building as the bakery. Baez and Avila Guel have pleaded not guilty. Oh, you're for sure guilty. You're 100% concealing undocumented or illegal work. You know, they don't have the work permits. There's no getting around that. Seems like an open and shut case. Green card holders, the couple could be deported if they are convicted. They have 5 children who are U.S. citizens.
Connect here.
How should I connect? Personal link?
What's the legal framework that allows businesses to just get fined for crimes? I don't know, if you're wealthy enough, I guess. So is the town like changing their minds or something? What? So they're saying in this very conservative Latino town, they found people working here illegally. So what is? Has there been like a turnaround? It seems like not. It seems like they're just saying like, yeah, this is a bakery. I expect, given the like narrative structure here, I was expecting to. You know, you scroll down and then it'll be like, well, people in the town are rallying to support the, you know. I don't know, man. It's pretty grim. There was a study a while ago talking about how people who use ChatGPT are more lonely and dependent on it, i.e. tech is making people lonelier. But that's also kind of like a selection bias, because the kind of person who uses ChatGPT is probably already like lonely, right? Because like it's such an antisocial tech. I don't know. Hard for me to get that sympathetic, I guess, given how Hitlerite generative AI has turned out to be. You don't know how many. You don't know how many high schoolers use it. No, I hear it's like all of them, and they're all going to hell. I'm sorry to say. As are we all. Hey, I've never used any kind of generative AI. I'm still going to heaven. Have you seen there are a ton of MAGites saying that the hands-off protests were like AstroTurf?
So me and Gabe took about a 30-minute break, and we went back to the hotel to recharge. When we come back, and this place is dead. Take a look. Like, not a single protester in sight. And just 20 to 30 minutes ago, it was completely packed with protesters. So one of two things. Either A, they were paid and their time was gone, you know, they're off work, they get to go. Or B, they're literally just a cult and they all left at once.
Fellas, is it cultish to leave an event when the event is done? Yes? Oh, okay. Leaving this quickly after a protest is pretty cringe, though. Well, to be fair, do you trust him when he says it's been 20 minutes and now no one's here? Because it takes more than 20 minutes to clear out a crowd of like 200,000 people. So you probably shouldn't trust him at the face value of it. But there have been a lot of people, a lot of cons I've seen in social media arguing that the dude, there were like 1 million protesters minimum across the states. It was like, what was that video in New York? Hold on, let me find it. I really discounted this. I feel a bit bad about it. Give me the... Where's the video? 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 The video doesn't exist. It's fucking dead. It's dead and gone. It's over. Wait, why can't I find... What the hell? I thought I had that in the bookmarks. Where'd it go? I'm not stopping. You're waiting. You're my audience. Doesn't matter how long I take to find it. A significant number of you guys are just gonna wait there. Did I just not bookmark it? Oh, here we go. Jesus Christ, that took me a while. That's pretty damn good. They were all paid to be there, of course. In NYC, the crowd was so long that people could have gotten to Madison Square Park at the beginning and spent like a couple hours at the park and then left before the rest of the crowd made it to the end. It's pretty nice. It's pretty good to see. There were some organizers for this event that are in the community, you know. I know, given the number of people who subscribe to the channel and how many people in America are actually invested in politics beyond like passing interest in the news, it's statistically likely that a lot of lefty organizers are going to, you know, be members of the community. I hope you're proud of yourselves. You sure paid a lot of people to go out there. What floor is that video taken from? I don't know. It's New York. It's Manhattan. Every building's like 500 feet tall minimum. It's pretty cool. trying to find more like drone videos. Unfortunately, okay, actual recommendation to the organizers. I know that there wasn't like a big top-down effort here. It was pretty grassroots, but you guys got to get some drones out there. You have to get drones out there because it's so important to get those top-down shots, you know? I know a lot of you did. It's just, it'd be nice to have like a centralized, you know? Utah and Idaho are a bit of a shocker. Yeah, one of the big things that we really need to start pushing for is way more participation in red areas. Because you can't, like, Republicans don't give up on blue states, right? Like, Republicans have been really aggressive in pushing for California and New York, even though, like, it's not likely, right, that they're going to get it federally, but they might get a seat or two in the House. But it seems like Democrats will just stop investing once a state is red. They've given up on Florida. They've given up on the Bible Belt. You know, they've given up on Texas. It's really important to get out there. Not just these cities either. It was like, what was the Hurricane Helene fucked them up? What was the town we saw? It was you thinking Ashford? Asheville, yeah, Asheville. They had a big old protest there too. Asheville's blue. Yeah, no, I know. Like the city of Asheville is blue, but I'm saying like it's important to get out there and be aggressive outside of like the, you know, I don't know, the Democrat strongholds. Don't you think this will not make a change? Well, I don't know. Why don't you go pound sand? What do you mean? Well, don't you think this isn't enough? Sure, I would love to magically fix everything. What do you mean? What are you doing? Did you attend any of these? Were you whining from the comfort of your seat? You know what he means? Yeah, I do know what he means. I reject the insistence that like cynicism or pessimism or whatever you want to call it, looking at stuff like this from a distance can be even remotely productive. You know? Like you have to see this as it is and go like, hey, you know, you have to be active, you have to be engaged, because no one's going to be motivated to go out there and do anything if you're like, well, it probably won't be enough, then you've already lost. This was in Minot, North Dakota. 250, insane for the size of the state. 250. Wow! Ah! Man, I gotta say, not getting a positive impression of this landscape based on the shot that's being taken here. This strip mall parking lot. A lot of places just don't have like town squares, you know? I guess. Bosch is going civil engineer mode again. Not just civil engineer mode, but like legitimately, it is so much easier to organize a protest when you have like a big walkable city, like town district that you can move through, rather than like, you know, where's the town center? Where should we hold a protest? Well, there's a lot of space in the Lowe's parking lot, you know, right next to the 16-lane road that cuts the town in half. And everyone has to drive here, and then everyone has to walk 3/4 of a mile to their car, you know? Here's the protests in my city, Detroit. They were pretty big. Yeah, see, this is what I mean by drone video. You can't really tell how big the crowd is from here. How deep is that crowd? Now, I have seen drone footage of the Detroit crowd. It was pretty deep. It was a big crowd. But it's hard to tell from the car. You know what I mean. This is Shelby, North Carolina, deep right behind. I see, this is really sweet, you know, even if you're respectfully, shit-ass North Carolinian bumpkin town has like 100 people in it, you know? Statistically speaking, some of those 100 people are not fascists. At least they're coming out. No, I mean it. It's good. Look, you have to understand. Okay, listen. I've basically always lived in big cities, so I'm saying this like from an outside perspective. But like in a lot of these small red towns, you can be a Democrat or left-leaning or even just something basic like a feminist or pro-choice, right? And you can live your whole life like suppressed by the people around you. So to drive downtown and see a crowd, it's like a reminder, like it is possible. It is possible to do this. You can have these opinions. You're not alone in having them, and the people who have them are here. You know? That's important. Everyone should participate, even in shit-ass North Carolina and bumpkin towns. And it makes you a lot more brave for participating, you know? It's easy to jump in on the NYC protest, right? Because you're like, ooh, I'm a New Yorker. Hey, I'm a New Yorker. I'm gonna hit that bodega. Oh, look at my shoes. Oh, I have a contemporary pants styling. Look at the flared pants. Hey, I'm walking here. Did you see that fat hog who took out his rifle to threaten the protesters? I did, and unfortunately there's no way for me to cover this without making fun of him for being fat, which is not what's wrong with him, but it is funny. The protesters are blocking traffic. Let me fucking... why is he declaring 911? Like, what is it, like, you pull out your gun, do you have a phone? What are you doing? Also, maybe get a larger hoodie or like bigger pants. I don't know. He's telling his wife to call, but he's like shouting in the other direction, and his wife already has the phone, and he shouldn't have brought the gun out. And also, what the fuck is happening?
No, he's gonna take off. He's gonna try to go.
These white people in their sagging pants, man.
That's...
Jesus Christ. We need to abolish the hoodie? No, we need to make the hoodie larger, I think. Pulling a gun because someone blocked your car is such treatler behavior, holy fuck. Yeah, the crazy thing is too, like, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm apologizing for engaging in a bit of stereotyping here. I'm gonna guess that these two individuals are probably not occupying like a phenomenal socioeconomic, like demographic category, right? I'm guessing. Like, they've got a big car, but that might be all they've got. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Maybe I'm totally off. It's just like, this administration is not benefiting you, man. Like, I don't know. He was arrested and released because of complicit cops who claim self-defense. Well, we do have very aggressive, like, pro-gun protections in this country. He didn't brandish the firearm, right? Like, he kept it lowered the whole time. Like, he brandished it in a conventional sense, but he didn't brandish it in a legal sense because he kept it down. So... does it matter? Well, yeah, it matters a lot. You're allowed to have a firearm. Pulling it out is brandishing? Well, no, that depends. If you have a concealed carry on you and then you pull out that gun, that is brandishing. But if you're open carrying, holding the gun is not brandishing. It genuinely depends, and there's like a state by state kind of. Depends on the prosecutor. Vosh and his silly gun takes. Dog, I'm not making a moral argument. I am telling you what the law is. I'm sorry about the country I live in, racist or something. Fuck it, I'm just telling you. I'm not making a moral argument. Does it sound like I'm morally in favor of the guy? Trump supporter got mad about stop traffic, got out of his truck, put on a Trump shirt, retreat. Wait, he was wearing a pro-Trump shirt? Did I miss that? He's got a hoodie on. Is the shirt the little layer of blue in between the gun and the hoodie? It's on the back? Oh, I see. Okay, whatever that is on the back. So not a shirt. Nice reporting, the Daily Beast. Oh wait, that wasn't the Daily Beast. That was Long Time History. Nice reporting at Long Time History on xtheeverythingapp.com.org. So what you're saying is I can commit armed theft but not actually armed if I don't raise the gun? No, I'm not saying that. I know you're being like cute with it, but like genuinely the laws are finicky and complicated and they really do depend a lot on whether or not you're white. I'm not defending the law here, okay? Yeah, brandishing usually means like procuring a firearm to intimidate people, but there's a difference between doing it with a handgun versus a rifle, because with a rifle you can't conceal carry a rifle, at least not like easily because it's big. So the only real way to have a rifle on your person is to be holding it or to have it like on a sling around you. So having it visually displayed doesn't constitute brandishing in that context. That being said, he did go into the truck and pull it out, but he didn't point it. Listen, okay, if he was black, he would still be in jail. If he was a BLM protester and he did that, if he did that, then the police would not be favorable to him. I'm arguing that the ambiguity here exists, but the ambiguity exists to rule in favor of people the cops side with. Okay, there. The Trump supporter suffered a headbutt to the nose. Oh, he pulled out the gun after getting headbutt. I see. Headbutt, front butt. Yeah, I guess he can argue self-defense there. No, he can't. No, that doesn't constitute self-defense. If you get headbutt and then you have to go into your car and get the gun out, he couldn't have shot the person who headbutted him and then called that self-defense. Reported Trump brandished the Airstar rifle, was arrested, later released after the police had determined he acted in self-defense. Okay, I don't even know. Okay, the police aren't a judge. I'm not. The police are racist. Okay, I'm not. What the police have said here doesn't make any sense. He didn't engage in any behavior in self-defense. That doesn't make any sense. They let him out because he's white. Okay. They're just saying self-defense. It's the cop. They don't know the law. Is that allowed everywhere? Don't ask me. It's not fair. Can't we just make fun of him for being fat? Can we go back to the simple times? Remember when things were easy? I didn't make our fuck-ass gun laws.
I'm sorry. I didn't make it in time.
No. Are you sure?
Can we make fun of him for being stupid too? And a giant pussy. Imagine you're arguing with people and you get a headbutt, which is objectively like a funny way of getting attacked. And then you're like, well, hold on, I've got a gun in my truck. Stay right there. And then go back to it or something. Call 911. Call 911. Man down. Friendly fire. Something. Yeah, all right. Medic. So how are you guys doing? You asked that already? Yeah, but your feelings change moment to moment, right? Like, maybe you're doing well in one moment, but now you're not doing well. I'm just, you know, I care about you. Man. Oof. Oh. Oy, oy. I'm playing clarinet. Like Squidward? Hey, if there's anything to look forward to, it's the fact that the crash is happening tomorrow. The expected crash. We don't know for sure whether or not it's happening tomorrow. Orange Monday. It is possible that the volatility tapers off over the weekend. Like, again, the tariffs haven't even been implemented yet. When do the Dow Jones futures open again? Is an Orange Monday cringe? I feel like normally, I think it's really dumb when people call Trump like the big tangerine or the orange oligarch or whatever. Like that, I hate that shit. I think Orange Monday is pretty funny though. I think Orange Monday is pretty funny. Cheeto Hitler. Yeah, I think Orange. I think it's funny because there's already like Black Monday. You know, there's already like a color theme. So. Don't be surprised if there's a rally tomorrow based on funds buying a dip. Oh yeah, for sure. There are always going to be people who are desperately trying to like outsmart the market. They're going to be like, you know, oh well, if I buy at this exact moment, like on the rebound. But keep in mind, people already tried to do that when we got the good labor report saying that we added more jobs and unemployment went up, like it was better than expected, you know? So people have already tried to buy in on what they thought was like the low point of the dip, and then the dip just kept dipping. So we're gonna see. Keep in mind that right now the only like mega oligarch who's making crazy money is fucking Warren Buffett, and he's doing it by stuffing like singles under his mattress. Like he withdrew all of his money from the market and put it in the fucking walls of his Nebraska Omaha home, and he's just sitting waiting for this all to, you know, run out. Warren Buffett's a very funny man. He really is. That's not true. Yeah, it's funny to say though. It's kind of true. It's spiritually true. Warren Buffett, only billionaire in top 10 to see wealth rise. Elon's seen a drop of 130 billion. Warren just has it figured out, apparently. Warren Buffett is the only ultra-wealthy person who I think hasn't drank the Kool-Aid, right? I think Warren Buffett started out being like, I want to make money by wisely investing. And right now he's 100 years old, and he's like, I want to make money by wisely investing. Meanwhile, a bunch of other people, you know, like people like Elon or whatever, like they get into this like mindset. I don't even really like calling him an oligarch, I guess, because what does he do? Like, does Warren Buffett use his power the way an oligarch would? He might just be like an ultra wealthy person. I don't know if he necessarily, because to me an oligarch like kind of implies a degree of political influence that you use your wealth for. I don't really think, I'm sure he does. I mean, I'm not like a huge expert on what he does with his wealth, but my understanding, he's certainly not like Elon or Zuckerberg or Bezos or whatever. I'm not saying he's a good billionaire. I'm just saying, like, I do think there's a level of political influence implied by the term oligarch. Isn't Bill Gates kind of like that too? No. Bill Gates might not be currently in favor, but Bill Gates has been insanely politically influential. He's bought up influence, you know, he's funded like lots and lots and lots of projects that push for the kind of very specific, like neoliberal, if you let wealthy people invest sensibly, then we can fix the planet kind of shit. His pharmaceutical investment, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, he's not as like open with it as people like Elon, but that's a pretty high bar to meet, right? Bill Gates has definitely exerted a lot of political influence. He's the reason the COVID vaccines weren't open source last minute. Yeah, he didn't like the fact that he couldn't, like, hold the patent. Didn't Gates massively push for private schools? He's not a good guy. He's not a good guy. Why is private school bad? That's a big question, and I'm not falling for it. He's 94. Any update on Boasberg? It's Sunday. We're not getting any court updates today. Not any real ones, at least. He is? Yeah, he's 94. I mean, he seems to live pretty sensibly. Right? Gates? No, not Gates. Not Gates. Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett's 94. Not Gates. Gates would be like, what, 70? 75? Bill Gates' age. 69. Yeah, 69. So I guess the futures are opening up in 30 minutes. Yeah, 6 p.m. ET along with S&P 500, NASDAQ, 100 futures, last week you saw. Some indications Dow futures were down more than 1.5%. I think that being down 1.5% would actually be like an optimistic, like considering the fact that it was like a fucking 8% drop over 2 days, you know, you pass another 2 days over the weekend, 1.5 would be relatively positive, right? Are you the 6 or the 9? I think that you should be able to be both, to be honest with you. If you're locked in on like one half of that dynamic, then you need to grow up. Are we hoping for a low drop or a big drop? I want a big drop. I want this shit to burn. And I don't mean that in an edgy way. Again, like I've said, like genuinely, I think that it is morally imperative that we be punished severely for the road we're going down. Like that, basically, you know how the reason we feel pain is so our body discourages us from doing stuff that damages ourselves? Like the reason it hurts when you put your hand over a fire is because you're losing skin cells really quickly. Your body doesn't want you to do that. We need to feel the pain from our hand being over the fire, or our hand will be consumed by the flames. Like it's, we cannot just march into this. And I am thankful that the Trump administration is signposting their destructive policies so openly and in such a politically disadvantageous way. I still go back to your question of how much pain on 1938 Germany would be justified. Yeah, like I think that's a good, I guess, framework to think of. Imagine what Trump and his oligarchs have in store for America, the America they want to build, the friends they want us to make, and the enemies they want us to make, all the harm globally, all the trade disruption, war, starvation. How much harm to the German population in 1938 would be justified if it made them go, wow, we're sick of Nazism, and they stopped before invading Poland? If you look at it that way, it's like, S&P 500 down 10% in 2 days? That's actually a pretty light deterrent if you think about it, compared to the harm we might cause in the future, comparing to how bad things might get. That's actually, like, I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm just saying, like, you know, there are worse deals out there. We'll see. Crypto coins are a good indicator on how this will be going down. Yeah, crypto, which is continuing to fluctuate in value. Crypto is down quite a bit today, isn't it? Isn't crypto down like how much is Bitcoin down right now? Yeesh, 5%. And you have to wonder, like, is this one mega whale selling? Like, what is the? This just happened. What is this? You know, is it one mega whale selling? Is it is it like a coordinated sell-off? Is it a delayed reaction from the tariff announcements, or is it someone selling in response to something they've heard about the futures, something they've heard about Orange Monday, right? Like, this could be a delayed reaction to the tariffs, or it could be anticipatory because people think the numbers are about to go down further. Yeah, Ethereum is down 10% as well. %, sure it's a large bank selling because of fear of insolvency, so it could be anyone. Yeah, who knows? We don't know. I think you could probably like look at the blockchain and figure it out, but I'm not doing that shit. So far, not a good year for crypto. No year should be a good year for crypto. You know who was great for crypto? Fucking Biden when Trump won. The promise of Trump. But this is the promise of Trump versus the reality of Trump right here, literally. Won't the GOP do another quantitative easing package if the market tanks too hard? No shot they could compensate for this. No way. No way, no way, no way. No way, no way, no way. It won't help. It's not like you're not going to do like COVID stimulus packages or whatever because you're trying to compensate for like a temporary dip or anything. We're talking about, just. We'll see. Again, the future is open in 23 minutes. But again, the immediate information might not be that interesting. I guess I'll read donos. I'll read donos and then we'll stick it out until 3 p.m. PT so we can see the futures. Like if the futures open and there's a significant drop, that's pretty bad. I would say, like, if the futures open and almost immediately we see like a 1 point drop or more, that could be pretty, I mean, because normally things slow down during the weekend. Or good. Well, good for us, because we are accelerationists now. Taiwan sadly caved to the tariffs. They're not caving. This is not unexpected. Taiwan isn't caving, Vietnam isn't caving. Taiwan and Vietnam both rely heavily on exporting to the US. We already knew that. That's not, like, of course they don't want the tariff. Like, of course these countries that rely on selling to the US want to be able to sell to the US. They're not going to be like, oh no, we'll take the tariffs because glory to, you know, anti-Trump American accelerationism or whatever. It's not surprising. It's just there's nothing they can do because, again, like, what the fuck is Vietnam or Taiwan going to do to rectify the trade surplus they have with us? Well, actually, Taiwan might be able to because Taiwan is relatively wealthy, but there's nothing Vietnam could do. So what exactly is the difference between stocks and futures? Asking me to give an exact answer, you want me to embarrass myself? My understanding is that futures are people trading on what they expect the price to be versus what it actually is. And the future doesn't designate like a specific time, but rather like an aggregate of what you're predicting it's going to be in the future. So gambling, it's all gambling. But this is even more gambling than the normal amount of gambling. So it's betting? Yeah, it's like double feels versus feels, basically. You say it's like a Wall Street bet? I mean, it's all gambling. Like, please do not get it twisted, okay? All of Wall Street is gambling. It's definitionally gambling. Anytime you buy a stock, anytime you invest in anything, you're doing so in the hope that the share price goes up. But that share price going up doesn't necessarily correlate to any kind of like empirical measurement of the performance of the company. You're hype gambling. You're gambling on the assumption that people are going to hype up that stock even more in the future. It's all gambling. So it should be illegal? I don't think the stock market should exist. I think it's terrible. I think that it's literally destroyed the world, basically. I think that speculative investment as a concept has ruined every element of society. Literally everything that we love and cherish has been poisoned by this system. And I think that you could still maintain a more or less modern economy and all of its privileges and wealth without this form of speculative investment. So why do we only talk about futures on weekends and after hours? Because weekends and after hours, the regular stocks aren't updated. The market is closed. But the futures are still moving, so the only thing to look at is the futures. You can look at the futures even when the markets are open, but that's less interesting. Because the market's open. What percent of US GDP do you think is a fake speculation bubble? I don't know if there's a way to empirically evaluate that. But like, I am ideologically opposed to the concept of the stock market, I guess. I don't know, a significant amount, a significant amount. In terms of active used currency, it's probably something like in the ballpark of 20%, maybe 30%. Again, I'm very ballpark guess. But in terms of overall wealth, it's probably a lot more than that. Like, if you're only looking at wealth that actively circulates, most of that is in the real economy. Not equity, but you buying groceries, paying rent, stuff that meaningfully circulates around. But there's a very, 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 very big like sum of wealth in the United States and in the world that doesn't move in the economy at all. It just sits in portfolios and offshore accounts. And if that money was reintegrated into the economy and circulated normally, we would all live like kings. That's not a conspiracy theory. Like, the wealth has been siphoned off. We would all live like kings. Like, there is no reason why in the world today, with the wealth that exists, every person could not enjoy a life of what we would now consider like unimaginable luxury, you know? It wouldn't be inflationary. We're talking about wealth that already exists. We're just talking about actually circulating it rather than it just sitting in a dragon's hole. Obviously, the practicality of how to implement this is, I mean, that's very difficult, but I'm talking broadly. You need to take excess wealth from the rich in order to do that stuff. Kara M, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about taking wealth from the rich. If you're saying you can't do this without taking wealth from the rich, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So much of this wealth is held in speculation and offshore accounts and so on. We're talking trillions of dollars, you know? How do we get it to circulate? Keynesian or neo-Keynesian economics, wealth tax. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can do it, right? Like, it's a very complicated. I don't want to downplay the complexities of the subject. There are people far smarter than me who have written extensively about this. But the important thing is that this isn't like a pie-in-the-sky crazy lefty idea or whatever. It is literally what we could do. It's not an ambiguous abstract goal. It is like an achievable policy that could be done were it not for the fact that the wealthy have all the political power and they sort of guide what acceptable thought is through the Overton window. You know, the ideology of the ruling class is the ruling ideology, et cetera, et cetera. What is Keynesian economics? You have to do some Googling. Also, you know what Keynesian economics is because you almost spelled it correctly. Fuck you. Putting pie in the sky wouldn't be that crazy. That's true. We could just, like, launch it up there. People are saying that shit's impossible. That's not true. While there's no direct specific statistic for the exact percentage of GDP attributed to working class transactions, household consumption accounts for a significant portion, around 67.9% of US GDP. But what I'm interested in is like that disparity relative to who holds the wealth. So a better way of thinking about this would be, hold on. Here, let's just go with the 1%. How much wealth does 1% have in America? We're going to do a bit of like a napkin math here, okay? The top 1% of households control approximately 30% of the nation's wealth, a figure that has risen from 23% in 1989. So if the top 1% of households control approximately 30% of the nation's wealth, and approximately 67.9% of US GDP is constituted by household consumption, and then you factor in how much wealth exists outside of the country, like, say, how much wealth Panama Papers. Total offshore wealth USA. U.S. taxpayers hold around $4 trillion in foreign accounts, almost half in jurisdiction usually considered tax havens. Interesting. Okay, let me think on how to put this. I wish I had like a, here, can I open like Paint or something? Okay. I'm probably going to butcher this, so I apologize for that, but it's, here, new. Yeah. Why is it not showing the why is it not doing the thing? Change your window capture. I just tried to change my window capture. Okay, window capture.
Are you defending him, or is that Johnny speaking? Or let me guess, he already tried to take over your body. You know, just for a little while. No.
It doesn't want to show the it doesn't want to show the thing, and I don't know why. I'm like, wait, what the hell? Okay, so what the fuck is this? On my monitor, I'm drawing normally. What is this? It's okay, never mind. Forget the I don't know. What was I saying? Okay, if you think about how much wealth circulates at like at a household level, right? Like, let's say that you get a paycheck from your job and you go and you take that paycheck, you pay rent to your landlord, who's a regular person, not a corporation. That's now money in his pocket. You go to the grocery store, a local grocer, and then you buy stuff at that grocer. That's money in their pocket, right? That grocer and that landlord, they have expenses of their own. They have to pay their own costs. Mortgage. They have to pay for their own groceries. House repairs. They have to go to Home Depot or whatever the fuck so they can, like, fix your shit-ass flooring or something. I don't know. There's stuff they have to do. So the wealth keeps circulating. It's possible that over time, $100 of actual wealth ends up equaling far more than $100 in the GDP. Does that make sense? Do you understand that? Like, $100 can circulate way more than once in 1 year. It can keep moving around, keep getting bought person to person, $100 in your hand, $100 in the next person's hands. They buy something, you know, you keep on going. Eventually, like, you've got way more than $100 added up to the GDP. How many times does the wealth of someone holding trillions of dollars in an offshore account get counted to the GDP? Zero. What about a person's portfolio here in the United States? Their portfolio sees a gain, it's worth 100 billion, but then it shoots up in value, it goes up to 200 billion. How many times does the increase from one point to another get counted in the GDP? Once. What I'm trying to say here is, if the 1% hold about 30% of the country's wealth, and are also you have household transactions accounting for about 2/3 of our GDP overall, that's because the working class, the households, are contributing very disproportionately to the GDP with the amount of money they have. And if you took the wealth from the 1% and you distributed it, not to even mention the tax havens, to people in the working class who then engaged with it as they do their current wealth, exchanging it, transacting, contributing multiple times, you would not only have much wealthier people, but a much more robust economy. More of the wealth would be liquid. More of the wealth would be moving place to place, person to person. Basically, what I'm saying is that the illiquidity and the immobility of wealth held by wealthy people is a poison on our economy and our people. The more money gets siphoned out of the economy and held in these dragon's hoards, the less there is for all of us. It isn't necessarily a zero-sum game, but it's not an infinity-sum game. There is a relationship between money siphoned out of the economy and money that we don't have to move around. Adam Smith actually wrote about this. Yes, and again, to be clear, none of this is a crazy lefty thing. This was an acknowledged concept from the beginning of the Renaissance. Like, it is not. Do you get me? Like, it's basic economics. Okay, I'm rambling right now. We don't talk about the broader theory stuff very much. I just hope people understand when it comes to stuff like this that the problems with the way our economy runs aren't even foundational to like a socialist critique necessarily. They go way further than that. Like, it is the basic working tenets of a capitalist economy have been sabotaged in favor of unimaginable income inequality. The velocity of money is a thing capitalists measure too. Yeah, well, it's a thing that we used to try to care about. All right, okay, I did my rant. I gotta read these donos. The futures are about to open up. People are donating. I've noticed people. Elsa47 thanks the tier 1 sub. Recently started jogging, and I don't even do it every day, but I could jog nonstop for only 4.5 minutes 2 weeks ago, and now 19 minutes feels great. Yeah, genuinely, when it comes to cardio stuff, it takes so little time to get into the rhythm of it, and then you can go so much farther. So much farther. Well done. Good Faith Goblin, thanks to tier 1 son. Anomaly, thank you for the 20 bucks. Hey Vosh, just wanted to say thank you for yesterday's streams. Yesterday's stream, I have siphoned off your anti-fascist self-sustaining energy to a salmon herb rice bowl again. Thanks, King. Just you wait. Just you wait. We're gonna do the goddamn cooking stream, and then we'll have some ideas. Thank you. It's a little warm in here. I'm wearing a new white t-shirt today. It's a little bit on the tighter side, which is, I suppose, more in line with the heritage menswear style, but it feels really good. It's got a nice, it's like a solid heavyweight t-shirt. I think it would look a little bit better if I was like bulked up, you know? It's from Samurai. They make really good t-shirts. Orbital Lizard, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Fungi Fjord, thank you for the tier 2 sub. And that one Vibe, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Happy to hear my beacon in dark times. Britmouse, thank you for the $15. Went to my first big protest yesterday. The turnout in Atlanta was well over 20,000. Wearing the trans flag as a cape is a power move, TBH. Really happy you went out there, and I hope you had a great time. It certainly seems like you did based on how you've described the event. Hell yeah. Margot the Margnome, thank you for the $15. I'm making gnocchi. Here's $15. Hey, my favorite pasta. Arguably pasta. Whatever. I've seen people argue both sides of that. I don't care. I love gnocchi. I love gnocchi. Thank you. Lars Frogston, thank you for the $5. Chat stupid. Eowyn was able to kill the Witch King because Mary stabbed him first with the anti-wraith enchanted sword Aragorn gave the hobbits at Weathertop. I believe you. And I'm invested. Fool for Mary Mags, thank you for the $10. I met 2 other super cool fans of the stream this weekend at a Catholic retreat of all places, Franciscans, of course. Here is my penance for missing stream. That's fantastic. Do I have a large constituency of fans from Catholic schools? I hope you all had a great time at the retreat. I have a lot of friends who went to Catholic school as well. You know, it's pretty common in some parts of the country, certainly in like California. Thank you. Bull Cypher, thank you so much for the insanely kind 50 gifted tier 1 subs. That is unbelievably generous of you. Jesus, Bull. Fine, I'll distribute some wealth. Something, you too, streamer man. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you for distributing wealth to me, the person here most desperately in need of it, I'm sure. I really appreciate that. Listen, I'm not necessarily distributing wealth. I will distribute good advice and cheer when we do a little cooking stream. And it'll be like distributing wealth because it'll help you save money. You need more shirts? I don't think I really need more shirts. I do struggle a lot with finding shirts that fit me properly, though, because I have a very specific idea for how I want it to fit, you know? And like, again, so this is a heavyweight t-shirt. So what does it have that I like, right? Really sturdy collar. Really sturdy collar. That collar is not going anywhere, right? It's got a good fit. It's not too cropped, right? It's heavyweight, so it's not something you're wearing in 80-degree weather. You can tuck it in if you want. You know, it's got like a good fit on the shoulders. But sometimes I feel like it's just a little bit too... It's like too tight on the upper chest, but too loose here under the armpits. I wonder if that's a fat distribution thing, you know? I wonder if I lost a little bit more weight and maybe gained a little bit more muscle, if that would even out and work. I'm not really sure. What sort of sleeve length do you prefer? Shorter sleeves. It's more of a heritage look. Longer sleeves tend to be more contemporary. Ayla88, thank you for the $5. Please enjoy Sam Cedar debating Aaron Cartman in these trying times. I don't know if I want to watch this. Sam Cedar debates Cartman from South Park. Okay, maybe. I'll consider it. That was good. It has some fans in chat. We'll keep that in mind. Future's open soon. Yeah, hold on. I'm almost done with donos. Hold on. Bogo's Killer and Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the €5 and dollars. I'm blue collar, working in and around many business professionals. While I'm not showing up in a suit, a discount button up and nice jeans go a long way. Yeah, there's lots of ways. I think business casual is wretched personally, but I think there's lots of ways to elevate it, you know? Like for instance, don't go in there with a like a dress shirt. Go in there with like a chambray shirt, for example. Down 2.5%. Wait, really? Give me the link. Here, I need the futures. Indices, commodities. Oh, I don't know how to run all this. Oh dear. US 500 cash. Real-time derived. Oh, we're getting the live updates. Oh dear. The VIX is plus 50 there. Wait, where? I'm sorry, I'm not used to reading these pages. I'm not very good at quickly scanning them. Where's the VIX? The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ are what matters. It's minus 3.8 now. Okay, S&P 500. Oh my God. These are the S&P 500 futures? On the right, US 30, US 50, S&P. Down 6%? There's no way. I might just be reading this poorly. This is market? Yeah, where's the futures? Oh, holy shit, look at the VIX. Oh my God. Still going up, huh? Okay, now help this old man through all this, okay? Okay. Because I don't normally look at futures. I just want a clean indicator. These are the futures. America's, Dow Jones Mini, S&P 500 Mini, NASDAQ Mini. Future date, June 2025. Last 38,530. Net change open. Okay, this looks like it's down. Here's a screenshot. Chat, is this good? You're reading 2 days ago, the ones that are moving are live? Okay. Real-time stock indices futures. Okay, then this is what we're looking at right here, right? Futures. S&P 500 VIX up 35%. It's the only thing that's up. The US 500. The S&P data is delayed. By how much? Because this S&P 500 futures to June 25th, down 6%. Delayed data. Okay, delayed data from 2 days ago. So do we have non-delayed data? A few minutes. Okay, so it's waiting for a buffer of 10 minutes after the futures open to provide non-delayed data. Breaking S&P 500 futures extend losses to negative 4.5%, bringing 3-day losses to minus 15%. Allegedly. This is the real-time futures. Okay, so what you're telling me is that the real-time futures right now is giving a minus 5% on the S&P 500, which would be catastrophic on opening day tomorrow. That is what, okay, so this is, okay, real-time derived. It's referring to the close in the market, 5% and going down. Same value that Bloomberg is saying, so yep, okay. So that's crazy. Oh boy. Yep. 4% drop in Dow Jones, S&P 500, and NASDAQ. Oh, boy. That's a casual $2.5 trillion, by the way. You're looking at the wrong index. The S&P 500 is 6. I have been assured that this is the correct index. I'm not bouncing around anymore. I can't tell if this is good or not. Well, it's good if you are taking an accelerationist perspective on this. There is so much volatility. Jesus fucking Christ. People are trading very aggressively right now. Yeah, bad if you want to retire anytime soon, exactly. What would be the record crash numbers tomorrow? Well, it seems like we might be looking at a weak 15% drop. Like in a 5-day window, which is not great. 20 to 25% on the Dow is the record from Black Monday. Do you think we're trying to hit a record? I mean, this is going in the history books either way. On Sunday, Wedbush analyst Dan Ives, a longtime Tesla bull, slashed his Tesla stock price target by 43% to 315. Oh no. This would be the second biggest 3-day drop of all time. Yeah, shit, it looks like it. 315 is still insanely overvalued. Miss Genderlin, it's okay. Just stick it out a little while longer, okay? The Canada will invade and liberate us soon. It doesn't do anything when I click on this. It looks like they're putting a lot of money into it. It's only down 3.9% now. I don't think that matters. What matters is what the opening number was, because any alterations after the opening number are going to be heavily influenced by people trying to compensate, trying to outgame the market. The opening number was a sincere reflection of people's pessimism for future stock value. Current futures are worse, that's behind the actual. Yeah, but what you've linked is the actual market, not the futures. Do you think the White House has any ability to fudge these index numbers in the near future? Not really. You can't really fudge the numbers. It's what people are buying and selling the shares at, you know, in aggregate. The most you can do is try to get the market optimistic, and right now the market is not optimistic because Trump, you know, fucking econ officials, his cabinet are going on interviews and saying like, no, we're not getting rid of this, and actually everything is fine. So it's if whatever they could do to improve things, they're not doing it. Elon feud. I gotta go soon. We'll have to take a look at that tomorrow. There's gonna be a lot to take a look at tomorrow, isn't there? Oh, they're buying in. They're buying in. They're trying to push it back up. You'll always say we'll look at it tomorrow. Yeah, that's how like life and time works, right? And every time it's a different thing. So when you go to sleep, you're like, well, I'll brush my teeth tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow. And then tomorrow you do it, but then the next day there's another thing to do tomorrow. Life is full of activities. You're just gonna stare at the market for 4 hours, then pretend to have an appointment and not read donos? Nuts, you know me too well. Well, right now it seems to be rebounding a little bit, so we'll see how well that holds up. Pretty spooky though. Tired today, didn't get any sleep. Avi, your name's looking awfully yellow for someone who's complaining about the way I conduct my business. Just saying. Here, I gotta read these donos. Shodanks and Victoria Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $2 donations. £2 as well, thank you. Olamario34, thanks the 1234 Canadian. Good luck working the polls in the coming Canadian election. You know what your job is. 50,000 Mark Carney votes dumped. We know. Still alive, thank you for the $5. Blue Nexus, thank you for the $10. I was watching the Senate fight the SAVE Act. I think it may end up passing with an amendment for it, but it's gonna make it way fucking harder for us active duty military to vote, or women. Gotta cover that too. Andrew Mogeson, thank you for the 20 euros. I really appreciate that. No chance you can react on a 1 hour long video, is there? Probably not. Pirone just put out an excellent video on the overall global situation with the tariffs, the new U.S. tariffs, weird formulas, risks, and the coming trade war. I might take a look at it myself, but I can't make any promises. An hour is a lot to react to, especially if it's like it's...
already existed in the form of God in Morphitheu, and then he takes on...
They...
Stands in here. That's what Bill Burr has always been really good at calling out, and that's one of the reasons why he's pissed off. You know, I think it's maybe the reason why a lot of right-wingers initially kind of gravitated towards Bill Burr, because he's got all these specials where he's talking about PC culture and virtue signaling and performative wokeness, and he's calling all these people out. But what he was always calling out was that idea of, like, do you actually care about the thing that you were trying to, like, talk to me about? Do you care about the issues concerning black people? Do you want to get reparations? Do you want to increase the median wealth of a black family? Do you want to make sure that, like, black people are not denied jobs based on having black sounding? Do you care about any of that? Or do you want to sound like the most correct person in the room right now? The perfect white.
For conservative people to act like they're not the biggest fucking babies also is fucking hilarious. Have you seen this fucking... My people, Whitey, we're all fucking upset. There's enough of us to get it going, trending anyway. We're upset about the new Cinderella movie. The actress playing Cinderella isn't white. There's no prince. They changed the story. What am I gonna tell my...
I can already hear all of the fucking right-wingers being, "You wasn't Cinderella! It was Snow White! Her name is Snow White! It has white in the name! And she wasn't pure! They took that from us! They took everything from us!"
Kids! The shit that my people get upset about. What am I gonna tell my kids? Well, you can talk around it the way you do we talk around the real history of this country. I think you can do that. You can talk around fucking genocide and slavery. I think you can talk around a stupid fucking movie about some broad who didn't exist. You can't do that? Go take him to go see fucking Pinocchio. I don't like Pinocchio because that fucking wooden puppet transitions into a real boy. First of all, I don't like trans people, and God only makes real boys. Not some immigrant named Geppetto. What am I supposed to tell my kids?
That was another fantastic rant from Bill Burr's Monday Morning Podcast, and I think that everything he said there was spot on. Now, to be fair, he does take some swipes at liberals in that episode because he thinks that they're also a little bit too sensitive as well. But I mean, the current prevail.
That's what Bill Burr does. Look, I'm currently making the next Surf's documentary on Bill Burr and its latest special, because there's a lot of people who are getting upset in both directions. People being like, "Wait, Bill Burr, he's not woke," and then people being like, "No, Bill Burr's woke now. He said free Luigi." Yeah, but his old comedy isn't woke, and he goes after the libs, and he's a sexist, and he did all these things, and it's kind of like Bill Burr, for anyone who doesn't know, is a really good example of just a human being who is experiencing growth before the eyes of the world, all right, and becoming a better person as a result of it. Like at its core, when someone is like, that's woke, it's like, well, what do you think woke means? Well, DEI, CRT, Sweet Baby Inc., diversity, forcible, anti-whiteness. It's like, no. How about being aware of the oppression of other people or groups? How about that? And if we use that as a guide point, the more aware you are, the more you probably want to both improve the conditions of other people, because you realize it improves the conditions of everyone, right? Like, we're not free until we all are. You can really see that play out in the United States right now, where a lot of people are kind of like not getting too mad about the whole rounding up people off the streets and sending them to concentration camps, because it's, oh, well, they were gang members. Agua and Venezuela, they're evil, so I don't care. And then it's like, well, turns out that they were not gang members. Turns out a lot of them were just regular people. You know, one of them was just a barber, one of them was a tattoo artist, like just normal people, just who were living their lives, who yes, immigrated to the United States at one point in their lives and had overstayed their visas or whatever the case may be, and are now being rounded up and shipped off from concentration camp. Oh shit, y'all are also just arresting apparently U.S. citizens because they are scary looking. They have tattoos or they're not white enough. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe you should be outraged at this, because like this is where it starts, and that's one of the reasons why people consistently say that we're not free until we all are. Same thing applies to trans people, whereas yeah, the majority of the population is cis, that is true, but you can see what is happening right now as a result of all these outrageously hardcore transphobic bills and argumentation being put forth by politicians. Well, it looks like cis people, specifically cis women in this case, are becoming the victims of this, because they are getting fired from their jobs, or they're getting harassed in bathrooms because weirdos are now taking upon themselves to become genital inspectors. Like, I wanted to make the bathrooms safe for women, which is why I stand outside of the women's bathrooms and make sure everyone's a pure biological female. And it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, that sounds horrifying, but that's the reality of all these kind of policies and the direction we're headed in. So it's one of those things where, yeah, Bill Burr has horrifyingly bad transphobic bits or homophobic tropes in his past or shit like that, and he talks about them. If you listen to his latest special, it's about, yeah, I was homophobic. I didn't know it. I thought it was enough to just be like a good liberal who sits there and is like, you can marry who you want to marry. Love is love. There you go. I'm not homophobic. I can't be, because I'm okay with gay marriage, kind of. I don't want to see it. I don't have to look at it. I don't have to see two men holding hands in public. I don't have to ever see them or think about them kissing. Ew! And never unpack any of the clearly deeply embedded homophobia that I have. And he didn't realize that until he had to go get a massage with his wife. And the masseuse was like, do you want a man or a woman? And he got offended by that. He's like, I'm fucking a woman, obviously. I'm not gay, bro. What the fuck? And then the massage was like, sure, it's your choice. Many of heterosexual men who don't find the act of being massaged by another man to make them homosexual. It seems like the deeply insecure and threatened heterosexual man might. Like, yeah, I can get why that freaks the fuck out of you. And he explains all this, right? Like, this is all part of the bit, and how he's trying to not use the F slur anymore, and how he's trying to become a better person, and he still fucks up because he's a crass human being at the end of the day.
The narrative in this country is that liberals and the left are by far the biggest snowflake pearl collectors who support censorship and tone policing and all that bullshit. But in reality, the average right-winger is far more hypersensitive to things that offend them than the biggest snowflake on the left is. So it was really cathartic as a leftist for him to challenge that prevailing narrative and give most Americans a much needed reality check. But I think that the reason why the right has gotten away with being the supposed warriors against political correctness for so long is because they've been able to successfully frame their anti-woke outrage as a response to the...
Well, no, I'm going to do the fair thing here and say that there was a big problem with liberals and liberal identity politics trying to take over social movements and replace actual material change with people trying to basically one-up each other on who knows how to say the right terms at any given time, right? And that's what Bill Burr has always been really good at calling out, and that's one of the reasons why he's pissed off. I think it's maybe the reason why a lot of right-wingers initially kind of gravitated towards Bill Burr, because he's got all these specials where he's talking about PC culture and virtue signaling and performative wokeness, and he's calling all these people out. But what he was always calling out was that idea of like, do you actually care about the thing that you were trying to like talk to me about? Like, if you tell me you're not supposed to use that word, the term is African American, sir, how dare you? Oh, I didn't think I would witness such vile racism to hear you use the term black to refer to an African American. Shame on you. And it's like, do you care about the issues concerning black people? Do you want to get reparations? Do you want to increase the median wealth of a black family? Do you want to make sure that like black people are not denied jobs based on having black son? Do you care about any of that? Or do you want to sound like the most correct person in the room right now? The perfect white? Is that what you're trying to do? Like you're not one of the bad whites. Oh, no, you're one of the ones who knows the correct term to use right now. And for only the cost of a virtue signal, you then get to be performatively the correct one in the room. Where it's like, excuse me, but the term is African American, and I will not stand idly by. Will you commit these hate crimes? And then that's what Bill would usually go at, right? Is that like, I don't think you legitimately care about the substance of this argument outside of you just want to feel like you're right because you have, in your own way, found the best possible term to use at this moment. That's always what was at the core of it.
The era of political correctness catalyzed by SJWs, but more Americans are starting to realize that the right has become everything that they once denounced. So this shrieking about something being woke or DEI and being triggered by trans people and gay people, it seems hypocritical to a lot of people who were told by right-wingers who are seemingly offended by everything that you shouldn't be so sensitive. You should maybe take a joke from time to time, legalize comedy, as they say. But I mean, think about it. They went from lambasting cancel culture in 2021 and 2022 to full-throatedly embracing cancel culture by 2023 and 2024 with book bans and anti-woke scolding and boycotts of companies that were too woke. They've become everything that they said that they hated. And Bill Burr is pointing out that hypocrisy in a hilarious way. And it's about damn time. Somebody needed to say it. I've been saying it for a long time, but nobody's going to listen to me. But they will listen to somebody with cultural clout like Bill Burr. Now, to clarify, I think that he was referring to Snow White and not Cinderella. And to my understanding, the casting of Rachel Zegler, the actress in that movie who plays Snow White, really marked the beginning of the right-wing outrage for that particular movie that he's referring to, since she is a Latina and they want Snow White to be white. But she's remained a target as well because of political views that she's expressed. She's made anti-Trump posts on social media. She's spoken out in favor of Palestine.
Oh, yeah.
But when it comes to, somebody like Gina Carano, the right is very adamant that actors and actresses should never be punished for expressing their political views. But when it comes to somebody like Rachel Zegler, who is not in agreement with them, all of a sudden she's bad and she should be canceled. And also she's not white, or she's not white enough, I should say, so she shouldn't be Snow White. So they're complete fucking hypocrites. But
you know what's funny is apparently that movie is just as dog awful as it looks, but the only redeeming quality about it was Rachel Zegler's performance, and she has been the scapegoat from every single angle. Like, Disney has thrown her under the bus, just being like, oh, well, I mean, at the end of the day, she shouldn't have been saying Free Palestine and, the press conferences and stuff like that. Got weaponized by Gal Gadot, who's like, I had to hire private security because so many people are calling me a Zionist and trying to attack me and my family and stuff like that. And then the right has been going after Rachel Zegler because, again, she's not white enough and she ruined the franchise. And also, she had the audacity to do what Disney asked of her, because, like, Rachel didn't write that movie or direct it. She basically is just an actor who was hired to play a role, and yet she did a press conference where she was like, oh, so what is going to be the modern day spin on the story? And she's like, oh yeah, so that's really neat. And this is clearly the talking point she's been told to talk about by Disney at all these press conferences, where it's like, hey, we're going to do a modern spin on the old fairy tale. It's going to be less centered around a prince saving a woman and more about a woman empowering herself to take, control of her own life and stuff like that. That's clearly what Disney is like, hey, can you hit these talking points? We want you to talk about this, talk about how, you're not just going to be, sexually assaulted while you're sleeping by some random creep. This is going to be way more about how you yourself save and take care of your own thing and blah, blah, blah. And they got so mad about that. Like, it was just immediately like, oh, the hardcore man-hating feminist Nazi Rachel Zegler basically says that she hates all men and they're all rapists. And that's why the movie is not going to feature any men in it, at least not any positive men. And she's not white enough.
with regard to this movie, there really is something for everybody.
Yeah,
to hate,
like
because
Rain
it
Star
also
Wars,
stars
exactly.
Gal Gadot, who's an Israeli that openly supports her country even as it commits a genocide in Gaza. But I mean, putting aside all of this, the movie just looks like shit, so I don't know why anyone would watch it in the first place. With that being said, Snow White is just the tip of the iceberg, and it's one example of right-wing outrage that has been so over the top that it looks cartoonishly fucking stupid. It almost looks like a satire, but it's not, it's real life. I mean, shows like Star Wars The Acolyte, as well as games like Assassin's Creed Shadows, have been the subject of so much right-wing outrage that it almost feels like we're watching a parody, like something from Idiocracy. And all of this outrage stems from people being mad about the race of certain characters. And this type of right-wing backlash has become so common that the developers of Assassin's Creed actually expected to be harassed simply because they made one of the characters black. And even though this rage is obviously fueled by explicit racism, the grifters who farm outrage off of racist, anti-woke content and DEI, they don't frame it that way. Instead, they frame it as an attempt to impose progressive cultural values on consumers and to erase straight white men from video games, which implicitly communicates the inherent evilness of privileged straight white men whose cultural hegemony should ultimately be opposed and replaced. Now, according to them, it's not about equality, because representation in their mind is a zero-sum game. So black and brown people becoming more visible in culture, in their minds, invisibilizes white men. But I've got bad news for all of these people who buy into this horseshit. It's just racism, pure and simple. We know what you mean when you say you don't like Miles Morales in Spider-Man because he's a DEI character. We know what you mean when you say that a movie like Jurassic Park went woke because they casted a black actress in the movie. And they think they're being clever, but they're not being clever. And these rationalizations barely conceal the true nature of their outrage. Do you think that people in favor of segregation during the 60s just straight up said that they were racist? Of course not. They cloaked their racism.
48-month wait for refugee status in Canada for the LGBTQ+. I think it's case specific. It's one of those things where I've said if you have the resources, I would definitely get an immigration lawyer to try and help you with it as well. But if that's just the standardized one by applying through the online portal, yeah, I mean it's better than nothing. That's not
in a
good.
pseudo-intellectualism. So rather than just admitting that they were racist and they didn't want their kids to go to school with black kids because they were racist, they argued, about the inherent differences between the races and how race mixing would uproot societal harmony and would be bad for all children, including black children as well. It wasn't that they were racist. Quite the contrary. They liked black people. They loved them, in fact. They support equality for both races despite arguing that they needed to remain separate. Separate but equal. I mean, we look back at that argument and we can see why they said what they said. They wanted to be racist without explicitly saying that they were racist, but they were making a racist argument. I mean, you can apply this to basically any civil rights battle. Do you think that the bigots during the 2000s argued against marriage equality by just admitting that they hate gay people and they think that gay people are icky? Of course not. They would talk about how, marriage is just a cherished institution that was ordained by God, not the state. And so by allowing the state to grant marriage rights to anybody, you're taking away something that's supposed to be God's. I mean, till this day, conservatives insist that the Civil War wasn't about slavery. Rather, it was about states' rights. Never mind the fact that, the states wanted the right to own human beings as property, but it wasn't about slavery. It was about states resisting a tyrannical federal government that wanted to impose its will on them. So nobody's going to just straight up say what they mean, because explicit racism in today's society is rejected. There's backlash to it. So they cloak it in some other argument that's more palatable to people who might not notice that. So I say all this to say that you can try to apply a thin veneer of intellectualism to your dumbass bigotry, but at the end of the day, it's still just bigotry. You're not fooling anyone. Well,
This is for Quebec. Outside of Quebec, it's 22 months. So 22 months is a lot better. Why is it double for Quebec? That's pretty ridiculous.
Case in point, Opera GX announced that they're developing a feature for their browser that removes Grums, an anti-woke game developer, from the web so you don't have to...
By the way, this is so funny this happened, and right after this happened, this was like Grums' big justification that everything that he's doing has a point. Just like, you can tell that I am the most effective warrior against the woke mind virus that has ever existed. Look how an entire browser. It's like, because you're annoying. Because you're just an annoying pervert. No one wants a weird sex pest in the fucking room all the time, just yelling, "Oh, did you know this game features a lesbian? How could a game feature a lesbian?" And then meanwhile, you are fucking LARPing around as a woman, writing forced milking BDSM lesbian fucking wrestling fetish porn, and then at the same time saying that lesbians are ruining video games. Like, it's clear that you're just a perverted chaser who wants to be in the room getting off to the outrage farmed of this shit. Like, it's a kink at this point. And so, yeah, the Opera browser was like, hey, and the gaming, version of the Opera browser was like, yeah, we just added a new feature that you can degrums your web browsing experience. It's like, that's funny. Like, everything related to fucking Mark Kern, that's funny. He's a supremely funny figure in all of this. Clearly the most horny man in the game. And then, obviously, like, I don't understand sometimes with politicians how it gets as far as it does, where like, how in the world did you not think that any of this was going to come out one day? You know, like, you should probably do some mild OPSEC and erase your old past as just being a prolific fucking forum porn gooner. But hey, that's just you. For Grums, it was like, up until Western Kabuki found out about the scandal, he was completely just leaving all this shit up there. Yeah. And I assume he was going to continue to do it in perpetuity. Bill Burr ripping into right-wingers, which has actually been pretty delightful to see. He's just going off about how grown adults are getting upset over kids' movies, and it's just so wild to have people. He intentionally, I think, mistakes Cinderella for Snow White. I'm a Cinderella. He's not white enough. Get Grums a chair in the corner and a sandwich. Thank you, Draga001. I appreciate you.
Hear him bitch and moan about woke video games. On top of that, the official Assassin's Creed Twitter account ratioed Elon Musk into oblivion on his own app after he attacked Hassan Piker for playing their game on stream. And they pointed out how he literally paid someone to boost his character in Path of Exile 2 so that way he can look like an elite gamer and come off as cool to the gamers, which is just so pathetic and embarrassing beyond belief, but that's besides the point. You know, they also dunked on Grums for shitting on their game while pointing out that their game is out, which is a reference to a game that he's supposedly been developing for a decade or so.
Oh, don't worry, we got it. I don't know if you know the updates, but Grums decided, how am I going to, combat all of the very real documentation that's come out about him being, again, a person pretending to be a woman writing forced milking hardcore lesbian fetish BDSM porn. He decided, I'm going to release a new version of his game that he's been working on for almost 9 years now. Over $500,000 of crowdfunding has gone into the demo that you're about to see before you.
Hasn't been released. In other words, we're already starting to see the culture shift back in the opposite direction, which is going to be really tiring for all the corporations who are currently cutting DEI, because in a couple of years when they bring it back or bring up something new to replace it, they're going to have to figure out a way to rationalize that once the culture shifts again. But I mean, it's gotten so bad where now apolitical game streamers are so tired of having to tiptoe around anti-woke sensibilities of right-wing snowflakes that they're just going off on them at this point because they don't want to hear their bullshit. One example is Fightin' Cowboy. He's a massive gamer in the Soulsborne space, and I've enjoyed his content personally for years myself. He makes really good walkthroughs if you play Dark Souls or Sekiro. But a couple of weeks ago, he went on a glorious rant against racist dipshits who took issue with him playing the new. He had the perfect response to them.
Everyone's so fucking caught up on dumb bullshit about fucking race wars and gender wars and all this bullshit. This big fucking stupid grift machine that's designed to make you angry. You want to know who you should be angry at? Look at the fucking people upstairs, bro. The people in charge want you to be angry. Because when you're too busy blaming the fucking dude down the street who's just trying to live his life, they're sitting there fucking counting money. You want to have a real war? Let's have a fucking class war. Let's get rid of the...
Oh, fucking right. Hell yeah. Oh, it's happening. Yes, the vanguard of the revolution. Streamers uniting. Gamers, finally. Oh, be still my heart. This is fucking amazing.
Fucking billionaire dickheads that are literally fucking our country and taking money from it. But that won't fucking happen. Because you want to know who these dickheads that keep telling you to be angry are getting paid by? The same fucks that are robbing you of pennies on every single dollar you.
No, you know why this is fucking beautiful? Because if it's coming out of the mouths of gamers now and gaming streamers, like the left can scream this to people all day long and just be like, oh yeah, this is a fucking soy communist cock that surfs guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But once that message actually starts fucking getting into the minds of the everyday person, the coveted normie, and once they realize, yeah, shit, I'm mad all the time. Life is fucked. But why am I mad at trans kids? They've never done anything to me. They've never made me stay longer at work. They've never rejected my overtime pay. They've never fired me. They've never done any of that shit. They actually have nothing to do with my day-to-day. You know who does do all that shit is my fucking boss. And he has 2 boats, 3 vacation homes, and barely shows up to work. And I know that I work harder than him. He makes like 45 times more money than I do. That fucking sucks. But why am I mad at trans kids?
Earn. They want you to be angry and to blame the black guy and to blame the gay guy and the fucking trans shows. Because those are boogeymen, so you don't look at them while they take your fucking 401k and dick it down.
Yep.
10 out of 10, no notes. Or I should say 5 out of 5 because that's the scale that Cowboy uses to grade games. But I mean, everything you said there is spot on. That's the same thing that I say on this show all the time. Scapegoating people who are marginalized, has long been used by the right to distract people from the exploitation of the capitalist class. Because if you're fighting each other, you're not going to fight the people at the top who's exploiting everyone. And to be clear, anti-woke outrage is not a new phenomenon. Conservatives have always understood that capturing culture is their key to political success, which is why they've invested heavily in the online right-wing ecosystem. It's why they're forming their own anti-woke movie studios to produce anti-woke movies, things that they say Hollywood would never greenlight. It's why Elon Musk bought Twitter, to control discourse and culture. It's why there's a concerted effort to frame conservatism as a subversive subculture, as if it's the new punk rock or some shit like that, which I don't know who buys that, but some people do. But it's nothing more than the same shit in a brand new package. It's new marketing. See, when I was a kid, the right would shriek about spiritual warfare. They still do to some extent. And they would talk about how the devil is waging spiritual warfare through media and pop culture. And they'd whine about video games like Pokemon and how evil it was because that taught kids inadvertently about evolution, which, you know, is bad because creationism is what you're supposed to teach your children, even though it's wrong. Now, as a kid, I remember my pastor made a huge fucking stink about Pokemon, and my family then pressured me and really guilt-tripped me into getting rid of everything that I had that was Pokemon. My Pokemon cards, my Pikachu stuffed animal, my Pokemon stuffed animals, everything. Because, you know, if I didn't, I would go to hell. And this was one of many things that I had to get rid of because of anti-woke right-wing snowflakes. I was told that I would go to hell for playing Animal Crossing because one of the characters had a crystal ball. So, you know, that was the occult. And if you play that game, even if you avoid the character with the crystal ball, you're still basically doing witchcraft. So, you know, I've been dealing with right-wing snowflakes for my entire fucking life. And I've been sick of it. They've always whined about pop culture and things that are evil, that offend them, but the right learned that you're not gonna win over the normies by simply saying that you shouldn't watch a movie because it glorifies the devil or the occult. They learned to get a little bit smarter and try to cast a larger net. So instead of saying, hey, this movie is evil because, you know, it's promoting a culture that we don't like, it's anti-evangelical, or it has themes that might be conducive to somebody questioning their faith, they say, well, you know what, this movie is anti-white. Or, you know, it attacks your masculinity. That's an attack on you and who you are. What resulted was this hilarious tap dance that he was doing where he had to avoid the elephant in the room. Just look at this short clip.
You plan on beating Shadows? Yeah, sure, I'll beat the game. Why wouldn't I? Don't force yourself to? No, I'm not. I've been enjoying this. I've been enjoying this.
So clearly he's afraid of the audience that he cultivated, which is funny to me. But at the end of the day, it just goes to show you that nonstop outrage is not sustainable. Certainly it can be effective in some ways, but you've got to pick and choose your battles wisely. And the right has not done that because they're not good at reading the room. They never have been able to read the room because they're out of touch, they're clueless, and they just have one political project, which is to distract people so they can get in office and gut the government and give tax cuts to rich people. So whatever they can say to make the peasants applaud and be distracted, that's what they're going to opt for. But I mean, if you don't pick and choose your battles, and if you say that every fucking thing is woke, the veil is going to slip and people are going to...
True.
Don't let this happen to you. Go to servscoffee.com to order the only end-to-end owned indigenous coffee company that delivers blood-free, conflict-free, and cruelty-free beans right to your door. 0% of people who drink servscoffee.com have exploded spontaneously. By ordering right now, you get 10% off plus free shipping, and it's the best way to enjoy delicious coffee while not exploding. That's servscoffee.com, servscoffee.com.
Hey, if you'd like to unlock secret bonus episodes as well as uncensored content, go to patreon.com/theserfs. This show is produced by Anna Loves Riley, Arian McCarthy, Cheryl Alvarez, Comrade Junkie, Doug Caddy, Everything Important, Hagbard Salim, Jimmy Sombrero, Multimondi, Omni, Political Copy, Preston Kroll, Quiet 185, Riley and Anna, Roller Dragon, Cernicus, Stellar Gwyn, Sebastian Devil, Travis McClinton, Trincell, Words Greenwood, with additional support coming from all of these amazing human beings right here.
asshole who got shit done. I remember what it was like before he was elected. Also remember who stopped the Militech Panzers when the USA tried to annex Night City. Hey, appreciate that. same BD almost wiped me. So yeah, I'd say I'm sure.
Got any idea who did it?
Can't say for sure, but a lot of things point to Weldon.
I knew it. You got any proof?
Just a strong suspicion.
That's all we need to know, Jeff.
Excellency.
After a full day in them, I'd fear a health code violation.
Nonsense. After a day as full as today,
Not like that.
So what are you like?
More like this. Take care of yourself.
You too, Ben.
I'm indebted.
Just know
People are nationalistic.
I don't think you.
You imagine Noah on the stand answering questions. Bro.
Lesbians know what penises look like.
We know what they look like.
That's partly the way you figure out you're a lesbian.
Okay, ration time. Best part of the stupid, terrible day. What do we got today? Corn cream! They're all corn cream. How are they all corn cream? These are tablets. How are you corn cream? Hey folks, sorry, just been prepping for Doom because, hey, my goodness, here's some news. You know the news. Look, we're not gonna make every episode about Donald Trump or Elon Musk, even though they are currently the presidents. We're all so very tired of him and demoralized in general. But hey, at least we'll die someday. That's neat. Bad start. Okay, sorry. Here's the thing. In these first months, we're getting this non-stop blast of executive orders and department gutting and economic collapse and ICE detentions for the terrible crime of activism. And it probably feels like the apocalypse out there. Like Fury Road, but with fewer public roads. And while it is tiring and terrifying, let us not forget that it's also extremely frustrating and enraging. And I guess the question is it angering enough to make people, do something about it? And when I say people, I really mean the people in power. And when I say something, I really mean, something. No notes on that word, even when I check notes. Resistance 2, cheer or die. Is that a Bring It On reference? Whatever, I don't care. So let's start with the Democrats. Remember the Democrats? They're the donkey team. They have a new logo. We did it! Yeah! They're the blue ones. I think Mark Ruffalo might be one. These Ruffles are now the minority party across the board, much like how the Mel Gibsons were the minority back in 2008. Remember that? It's important to remember things. When Mitchell McConnell served as Senate Minority Leader to the Obama tyranny of tan suits, he used his position to craft a very vocal Republican resistance. That's all to say that there is a proven path forward for the minority party. You lie, shouted that guy at Obama. Slow everything down, cause a scene. It's the classic child at a grocery store tactic. Take a dump on the floor. Of Congress, there is a fascist in charge. He's allowed an unelected billionaire Nazi to root through the entire government and gut stuff based on his broken brain's vibes and on what would help his personal business interests. Squat down and poop in the House chamber. Only go to the bathroom in there from now on. Nancy Mace wants to make a fake problem about which bathroom to use? Okay, well this is your new bathroom now. It is for pooping. Is there anything happening even close to that coming from the Democrats?
The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Okay, I would have preferred poop stuff, but that's Texas Democrat Al Green yelling to Trump that he does not, in fact, have a mandate like has not been seen in many decades, as the president put it. And Green is correct. The only actual historical aspect to Trump's victory was how close it was. He does not have a mandate. Good point, Al Green. Sorry you got censured for this, but at least your fellow Dems are no doubt behind you. Scratch that. Your fellow Dems minus the 10 who voted in favor of censoring you, Al Green. Jesus. Freaking Christ. Democrats. Jesus. Freaking Christ. There is a goddamn decorum perversion amongst the donkeys. They are addicted to this ghost of civility, huffing the fumes of some long dead era. And the Republicans know this and are taking full advantage of it. Like, one of the Democrats that voted for the censure, Chrissy Houlihan, is now trying to censure Lauren Boebert for making blatantly racist remarks about Al Green. As if those two things are equal, as if the Republicans will also vote to censure Boebert, or that it matters at all. The president is detaining protesters, and the Democrats have been Democrats. Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat House Minority Leader, set the flaccid tone by saying, quote, "We can't chase every outrage," in context of the Trump administration, as if moving trans women inmates to men's prisons, something that might kill them, is just some noise they have to cut past, just outrage bait. They want to trigger you with their threats to cut Social Security, you see. Don't fall for it. Don't hit the football that is filling Guantanamo Bay with migrants. Hey Jeffries, how's your book tour going? Are you selling a lot of copies of the fucking ABCs of democracy? You know, until it gets banned and burned or whatever. Maturity over Mar-a-Lago. Boom! That'll show them. Got him. My God, we are in trouble. Hey Gavin, why are you hosting Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon on your podcast? Surely you know they're literally just propagandists for your alleged ideological enemies that you're allowing to speak until you stop them so that you can briefly agree with them? Nice to see you balance that out by having Tim Walz on, but maybe you should have Bannon on again to chuckle with him about how he very blatantly wants a third Trump term. Could you ask him about the third Trump term that he wants? Who do you think you're courting with this? You think you're gonna get the right to join your side, or will they perhaps ridicule you while gladly using your platform to spread their extremely hateful message? Like, maybe instead of ingratiating yourself with any group of voters, this actually makes everybody hate you more. What are you doing, man? Why do they think that the reason they lost is because they didn't demonize trans people enough? If you're wondering, no, the Democrats are not polling well right now. The plan to court the fascists isn't working. But maybe if they roll over and die more, that'll change.
I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government. What leverage do we have?
Leverage, you ask? Well, I don't know, Jeffries. Why are you asking me? But since you are asking me, well, I suppose that if there were some kind of vote that needed to happen, like just randomly saying words, but a spending bill that needed Senate Democratic votes to advance, then the Democrats would have leverage with that vote in order to get some demands met. Or at least, as a form of protest, they could refuse those votes like they did in the House, but with the fascism and all. But if the Democrats in the Senate were to just bow down, that would be rather pathetic, right? Like if the Minority Leader Chuck Schumer told everyone to vote to advance this hypothetical terrible Trump budget and then went on a book tour. Wow, a lot of book tours going on, but also sorry, he canceled his book tour because his constituents were enraged with him. If that happened, that would be, as I said, pathetic. Especially if you, Hakeem Jeffries, hypothetically didn't call for Schumer's immediate resignation, but rather spent days doing your best to avoid talking about him and support him remaining in leadership, and are just sort of saying Dem leadership needs to coordinate better. Trump's been president for 2 months already. Probably should have discussed coordination a little earlier, guys. But hey, at least Schumer also still thinks he can reason with and work alongside some Republicans. They're not all MAGA, you see. It's 2017, you see. Can we get a good solid glare at Schumer real quick?
This right-wing group, not all Republicans.
Excellent. Oh, so good. More! Anyway, instead of that nonsense, take a dump. Seriously, act up. Physically move your body, and not just to raise a small sign that says Trump or whatever. Fun fact, when many Democrats planned to disrupt Trump's speech to Congress, Party leaders actually told them to keep it quiet. The vibe was, quote, express your resistance, but don't become the story. Fucking what? Don't become the story. You know how Trump has won 2 elections by not becoming the story? That woman I referenced who's still in Congress and won't be censured for being racist, she became a story. I tell you what, you know what I'm talking about? She became a story, right? Okay, she's still around is my point. Are they allergic to winning? See, what's gonna happen is what keeps happening to the Democrats. They run a lukewarm campaign, lose, and then decide that the problem is that their campaign wasn't lukewarm enough. Blame it on the voters, don't admit wrongdoing, don't engage in introspection that isn't sanctioned by your donors, except for Tim Walz apparently, the only guy doing any of this. The current plan is to ignore all that human rights jizz and focus on the economy, which they perceive as the reason they lost in 2024. We've already discussed this in our election retrospective, and yes, the economy and inflation specifically were a big part of it. But I'd also argue that you could focus on more than one thing. But hey, let's for a moment ask what it would look like to be the opposing party to Trump's economic policies. You still have to do stuff and not just say stuff. It doesn't matter if it won't work. You need to show voters that you are trying. You can't just do a bunch of press releases about how you think tariffs are bad. You need to actually try and use the law to stop them. Again, even if it doesn't work, even if you don't know how to lawfully do it, because not to put too fine a point on it, but if you look around at the other political party, they don't seem to care much about the rules, guys. What's that about? You need to confront to their faces and challenge the Republicans who are desperately trying to avoid responsibility for this impending economic collapse. Literally giving up their power to vote away his tariffs so that Trump's cult won't go after them. Tying their own hands in cowardice. Cowards. Because currently, and unfortunately, the biggest resistance we actually seem to have against Trump is the courts. There are so many lawsuits against his administration that the New York Times has set up a tracker tool to follow them all. We're even seeing some victories there, such as the blocking of Doge's access to our treasury, challenging their cuts to USAID, as well as the Supreme Court ruling in a 5-4 decision that Trump doesn't have king powers over the courts. Thanks, guys. I know that was hard for you with all the bribes, but thank you. The problem, however, is, as you can tell from all the previous stuff I said, these lawsuits are basically all the Democrats have. The courts are the only line of defense they've laid down. All of the extremely expensive eggs in this one basket, which is good, right? You should put all your eggs in one basket. It's a good basket. That's the saying, because Lord knows we've been here before, haven't we? Did it work out last time? Do you think it'll work out this time?
As a federal judge, also for the first time, is now accusing the Trump administration of straight up ignoring a court order, a move that could set up a high-stakes showdown, an existential constitutional showdown, perhaps, between the executive and judicial branches of the government.
Not good. So here's a basic question about all these legal cases against Trump. To what end? I'm not saying the courts shouldn't block the illegal stuff Trump is doing, but, and then what? When a judge says you need to do something, but then you don't do it, what normally happens? You get punished, right? But when it's the president and his weird rich friend, what then? If the executive branch is telling the judicial branch to get f***ed, the vice president literally and stupidly claiming that they have no power over them, then it's up to that third branch to step in, right? Uh-oh, whoops, better get some more tiny signs. This is all to say, if the legislative and judicial branch both fail to stop a tyrant, what is the next thing we do? Do we have to get all Tim Pool about it? I'm way too old to be firing a musket. You guys, I don't want to fire a musket. You gotta do all the, and then you gotta, plus, that new season of Daredevil is out, and I hear it's pretty on Disney Plus. But if we're truly on our own, failed by our government, what can we actually do that isn't resorting to violence? I don't want violence, do you? But I also certainly don't want to open the gates to fascism in the name of civility either. Is there something between those two things? Well, after the break, we're gonna try and find it. Maybe the healing power of commerce will help. You know, like it's helped everything else so far. Greetings, salutations, and hello. I'm working on my synonyms. Word equivalents. Anyway, the news is exhausting, and I used to be desperate for a way to keep track of it all without crying, weeping, or being generally sorrowful. Thankfully, I found Ground News, which you can visit via the QR code on the screen. Ground News is a sponsor we sought out that's a website and an app. It gathers news from across the political spectrum so you can compare coverage and see what's what. Like how Donald Trump invoked a 200-plus-year-old law to make it easier for him to deport people. Can I get a sarcastic yippee, hooray, and good gravy? With Ground News, I can see that, at least as of the day it happened, less than 10% of the coverage of that story came from right-leaning sources. Basically, just the New York Post. That's curious, no? You'd think they would like the thing that they wanted. It's easy to cut through the noise at ground.news/SMN. With that link, you can get 40% off unlimited access, a factuality chart, and you can even see which outlet broke the news and the political lean of the publication owners. That's a lot of useful information. That's ground.news/SMN to get 40% off unlimited access for yourself or someone you know. The link is in the delineation below. Description. I should just say description. It's in the description. Too many synonyms. Now I can't even speak correctly. Description. News.
Friends and readers! When I became a bookkeeper, by which I mean someone who maintains a lot of books in their home and sells them to the public at a tiny profit, I didn't realize I would also have to keep my books. By which I mean manage my finances and taxes and stuff. Can't someone invent the concept of selling books without having to spend hours and hours managing books? The money kind. But guess what? It doesn't have to be that way, thanks to Found. Found is a banking platform that consolidates your finances and automates expense tracking so that you can focus on books, not books. Oh, and by the way, other small businesses are loving Found too. This Found user said, Found is going to save me so much headache. It makes everything so much easier. Expenses, income, profits, taxes, invoices even. And Found has 30,000 5-star reviews just like this. That review I read to you for free, but if you read anything else in my home, even the side of a cereal box, you better pay, baby. And I mean it. So open a Found account for free at found.com/more news. Found is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services are provided by Piermont Bank, member FDIC. Do not put this one off, folks. Join thousands of small business owners who have streamlined their finances with Found.
Hey folks, here we are. You found me. We were talking about Civil War. That thing with the cannons and you make trenches and everyone gets to wear those cool red sunglasses. Lots of fun. But, counterpoint, could we not? Also, I was being dramatic for the sake of the ad break. To be exact, we were merely talking about all the checks and balances of our government failing to stop a confused old man from declaring himself king, starting multiple trade wars, detaining protesters, and allowing an oligarch to pillage our country because everyone picked on him. No one in the Democratic Party seems to care much, probably because they're all rich and old. So it's time to talk about what we citizens can do. Drugs? Can we do drugs? Yes, but also, and other stuff too. Now, this is gonna come in two parts, the boring chore part and the fun protesty part. Sadly, they are both important, and both can be fun if you're on drugs. I'm sorry. Do not do drugs. Really? They're saying don't do it. So the chore part is mutual aid. You know, the idea of communities coming together to mitigate the neglect of our government. Something we shouldn't have to do, but we gotta. Like, let's say if your city is on fire federal government threatens to withhold aid for some reason, and or certain established systems break down. Again, for some reason, mutual aid would be pretty helpful to yourself or your neighbors. Or what if the government decides to completely destroy the Department of Education? Well, it would be good for all the teachers in the area, whether they teach in public school, private school, charter school, or Shredder's Dojo, to talk to one another and the public. For example, in Nashville, they formed the privately funded Educators Cooperative to encourage professional development and collaboration for all of the teachers in the greater area. This collaboration especially helped students who were forced to switch schools due to being in unstable living situations, as their former teachers could communicate the students' needs to their new ones without them needing to catch up or be left behind. Good idea! You're gonna need that in terms of supporting immigrants, queer kids, and other groups of students that are being specifically targeted. There are foundations like the Center on Immigration and Child Welfare Initiative and the Trevor Project that could help fill in those gaps. For everyone involved, you can donate school supplies and money to your local school district supply drive and nonprofits that help underserved communities. But the point here isn't just to feel better about yourself or to tell yourself you're helping. It's actually about creating tendrils within a community, demonstrating through works that we're all in this together and helping each other is good. Propping up your neighborhood in case that neighborhood might someday need to protect itself or be self-reliant. Often these efforts are designed to be multi-purpose for that reason. Starting a community garden or renewable microgrid is a good way to mitigate climate change, but more importantly is a good backup plan for when our government fails to aid a disaster. Starting a food pantry in your area is yet another tactic that both helps people right now and gives you the infrastructure to build a community. Or maybe you're in the city. Well, we all know about worker unions, but why not start a tenant union? That's a thing, and it's as simple as just asking people in your apartment building if they want in. You can even call for a meeting in the lobby of your building for everyone to discuss their concerns. Or while we're cooking, you could simply volunteer at your local library. Keep it alive because it's gonna need help. Donate stuff, not just dumb books. You can donate a lot of stuff. Some libraries rent out tools, for example. Or maybe your city or town has a swap shop where people can drop off items for others to take home. All of these things, and this is key, allow you to get to know your neighbors. Maybe they're cool, maybe they're a ninja, or that Finn Wolfhard kid, or some other much better thing we couldn't think up. Damn drugs! Because a lot of us, as individuals, can't start a revolution. Some of us are old, some are tired, some are broke, some are all three. But we all have something to offer, even if it's just to physically be there in case something like this needs to happen.
This is the scene playing out in cities across the country. Neighbors taking on ICE agents. In Nashville, they formed this human chain, successfully blocking 2 immigration agents from taking away a father who's lived here for the last 14 years.
Those aren't soldiers. They're just people. For the record, that's from 5 years ago. But it could and should also happen tomorrow. This is the real point of mutual aid, to protect the people the government is failing to help. So in terms of ICE and immigration, there are some other things you can do. If you live in a mixed status household or know someone who's undocumented, speak to an immigration lawyer about petitioning for the person who doesn't have legal status. If you're here through DACA, do the same thing and contact an immigration lawyer to see if you are eligible for a renewal or advanced parole. Don't dox yourself by posting on social media, as law enforcement may monitor it and zero in on your location. If you're bilingual, volunteer to interpret or translate on immigration cases. Obviously, some people might already know this stuff, but it's good to get it out there. The sharing of information is extremely important. As this administration has made clear, they want to get rid of information. Know your rights and inform others of theirs. They want people in the dark. The National Immigrant Justice Center has tips and techniques on what to do and not do if you encounter an ICE agent. Apparently, informing people of their rights is a crime now, so I guess be careful with that. And as a general note, avoid ICE. Don't invite them in. Don't talk to them. Just mean girl the shit out of them. Tell them to gargle your balls. There's no evidence that story is true, but it can be true. Because if you have the privilege to do so, you should absolutely stand up for the people around you. I'm not saying to get violent, but it's important to let ICE know that they are not welcome around you. And perhaps keep tabs on them like some people are doing, provided you make sure what your legal boundaries are. Be careful. As we've discussed in the past, they're not just detaining criminals or illegal immigrants, but also legal immigrants, citizens, people young and old. They have quotas for their mass deportations and prison camp agenda. Keep doors shut, refuse to cooperate, boo them, make them feel bad about the job choices they've made. If the Quakers can do this stuff, so can we. If you wish to donate your time and money, you can seek out an immigrant-led organization near you to offer your help or donate to nonprofits that offer free to low-cost legal representation for immigrants through the Immigration Advocates Network. Even if you live in an area that seems very progressive, you have to be prepared for your local government to fail on this. Not because they necessarily want to, but because they are being forced to.
We're not allowed to enforce federal immigration laws, I've said, but we're also not going to get in the way of ICE, and I don't recommend that those officials, like local or state officials, to obstruct ICE. That's not a wise course of action.
Immigration has been brought to the forefront this week with President Trump's return to the White House. On his first day, he signed roughly 24 executive orders, including one that vows to withhold federal funds from sanctuary cities.
Extremely chilling how many school districts felt the need to send out assurances that they won't let ICE try to detain students. But those assurances can only go so far. You might have to, dare I say, block the entrances to those schools at some point. Fun stuff. It'll be like playing Red Rover with fascists. Reich Rover. This is where we come to the second part beyond mutual aid. The fun part, where once we're a community, we can actually mobilize. I mean, there's no actual order here, and communities can be formed via protests too. Also, I don't have to explain to you how to protest. You get the sticks, you put paper on it, draw a dick or whatever. I'd rather point out how important and easy it is. I mean, thanks to being funded by extremely wealthy people, the far right has managed to be very loud with very few people. They love this. They love pretending to be a grassroots movement when they super aren't that. Those anti-lockdown protests, it was just one group doing that. In 2021 and 2022, 60% of book challenges were initiated by only 11 people. And yet somehow, these people managed to hijack the entire national conversation, often by moving around a lot and targeting very low-level locations. Moms for Liberty, for example, is a fake grassroots group that goes around harassing and or joining school boards before pushing for book bans. Hate groups like the Proud Boys go from city to city to demonstrate. I mean, just look at all the people who bust in on January 6th, right? These people have realized that the best way to attack something is at the knees. They have been going from drag show to abortion clinic to school board meeting, exhausting everyone who dares disagree with them. People who, I'd argue, have no real power to stop them. And this shows both how vital it is to oppose these people and how simple it is if you actually know what to do. And while we shouldn't be liars or bullies or funded by billionaires, unless they want to, Cuban, my DMs are open, my man, we can and should be aggressive and loud in the coming years, and specific about where we protest. And the good news is, we are already doing that.
Tesla's stock was hit hard with its steepest drop in 5 years. CEO Elon Musk's controversial role in the White House causing fallout for the company.
And for some who drive Teslas as well.
100 dealerships, just like this one across the country, targeted to send a message to the White House and Elon Musk.
Vandals are protesting Elon Musk's growing power in Washington.
Weekend protests at the Chicago Gold Coast Tesla dealership were peaceful. In New York, there were arrests after a demonstration at a Tesla showroom. Last week in Oregon, the windows of a dealership were shattered by bullets. And in Massachusetts, a Tesla charging station went up in flames.
Woof. Turns out that when you do Nazi salutes, it doesn't really do wonders for the popularity of your company. Shucks. Well, you know, you can't learn something unless you try first. I'm sure he'll bounce back, what with committing fraud to take advantage of Canada's rebate system. Allegedly. Of course. Allegedly. Maybe there's a perfectly innocent explanation for why a single single Tesla dealership claimed to sell 4,000 cars over a single weekend. Now, I'm not saying you should physically assault or harass or vandalize any individual driving or owning a Tesla. I mean, you could point and laugh at them, give them the old thumbs down, and if they're driving a newer model, that does mean that they probably knew they were supporting a weird white supremacist billionaire when purchasing that Cybertruck. Like, I get it. Maybe you bought your car many years ago, but I'm sorry to say, it's now a Nazi car. Sell the car. Sorry, I'm sorry. Take the bus. It's unfortunate. I'm also not saying, for the court record, that people should vandalize Tesla dealerships. I mean, you don't have to set them on fire. They do that on their own already. And no matter your view here, it needs to be noted that acts of vandalism and violence will be used by fascists to increase their fascist crackdowns. Historically, we know this. They're already calling someone keying cars domestic terrorists. So be careful. But protests seem good. Equating the purchase of a Tesla with supporting a Nazi is good because it's correct. Is it the fault of the employees that the company they work at is suddenly a Nazi company? No. Getting a new job is hard, I get it. But, you know, Nazis. Sorry, you're working for a weird Nazi guy. I don't know what else to tell you. Just this February, Elon Musk replied his 100 emoji to a meme using the F slur posted by a now banned Nazi account. Don't work for him, don't drive his cars, period. He did the Nazi salute twice. Let's see it again. Made a little grunt too. You know how you scowl and grunt when saying your heart goes out to people? Sorry, Nazi car. Like, had Musk apologized or stepped down from Tesla and Doge, or had Trump disavowed Elon after that, or had there been any consequences, then maybe people wouldn't have to physically show up at dealerships and voice their anger. But as I said, no one's helping us. And it turns out that people really don't like Elon Musk and his Doge team. Along with these Tesla protests, Republican lawmakers are being overrun with angry constituents at town hall meetings specifically pissed about Musk's little gang of efficiency freaks. Elon will simply not shut the f*** up and is just spiraling and doubling down, often contradicting Trump himself. He is a very stupid man, and you can even see Trump and his administration starting to show concern. Trump is now having to handhold him through the backlash, selling his cars in front of the White House and saying that it's illegal to, not like Elon Musk. It's now domestic terrorism to vandalize Elon's little stupid cars. Real snowflake behavior. Also, that sure means that these protests are working, doesn't it? People don't like the shit he's doing, and by extension, a whole lot of what the GOP is doing too. It is very obvious that Democrats have an opening with Musk and should be doing nothing but tethering him to the Republican Party, which desperately wants to avoid the angry crowds and are now starting to avoid town halls. For the record, dismissing the angry town halls is exactly what the Democrats did in 2009, right before they lost the midterms. Even if the majority of angry constituents are Democrats, this is still good. These town halls are actually drawing more members into these Democratic groups. It's working for them. Unlike what the party leaders think, it's actually good to be the story, because that narrative gets picked up by non-Democrats as well. Keep doing this is my point. Keep protesting Tesla and showing up whenever a Republican dares to pretend to be a regular citizen. This might be controversial to say, but as long as there isn't violence, I think it's good to tell people like JD Vance he isn't welcome in public. He's traded that in for power and money at the expense of the taxpayers. He doesn't get to ski anymore, sorry. Don't give them an inch. Do not allow the normalization of fascism. Like if Steak and Shake wants to advertise their throwback fries with a Nazi font, as in literally the Nazi font, and go full MAGA, and host RFK while he talks about how vaccines have ghosts in them, well then guess what people need to do in front of Steak and Shakes now? Guess what employees should be doing right now? The company is literally courting white supremacists and fascists to promote their new beef tallow fries. Other companies do that too, you know, without invoking Hitler. For every headline, for every sensible person, the narrative needs to be Steak and Shake is now a Nazi brand. Forever. Because that's what it now is. It's not petty to point that out, or to protest a restaurant chain for supporting fascism. Because the right is currently going all in on Steak and Shake as we speak. That is the battleground they chose, so that's where we need to go. Anyway, brilliant segue to our ads. They aren't Nazis, as far as we know. Wow, bad enforcement, Cody. Bad job, ads. Toodles, my noodles. The hello kind of toodles. Toodles didn't mean goodbye. You know, it can be really helpful to have an accountability buddy when it comes to your wellness routine. For me, it's Fred from the movie Drop Dead Fred. He reads me inspirational quotes and kicks my butt into gear out on the hiking trail. But best of all, he keeps me on track with AG1, so I can support my digestion, energy levels, and skin health. Fred cares about my skin, you see. And he's promised to never play rude pranks on my friends anymore. I'm friends with Fred the character from the movie Drop Dead Fred, and not Rick Mayall, the late English comedian and actor who played Fred in Drop Dead Fred. Just want to make sure that's clear. When it comes to foundational nutrition supplements, Fred and I stick with AG1. He's drinking one next to me, just off camera right now. I'll join him. Sensational! Somebody sensational me. Different movie. When it comes to my health, I want something I can trust, and that's why I choose AG1. With science-backed ingredients and real benefits, I can feel the benefits. AG1 makes it easy to support overall wellness every day. And that's why I've been partnering with AG1 for these many years. And AG1 is offering new subscribers a free $76 gift when you sign up. You'll get a welcome kit, a bottle of D3K2, and 5 free travel packs in your first box. So make sure to check out drinkag1.com/more news to get this offer. That's drinkag1.com/more news to start your new year. Fred celebrates the new year in late March on a healthier note. Hello. Ads. I told you ads. Welcome back. I have some good news, or rather, I had some good news, which was that Americans seem pissed about what's happening. But there's some new good news, which is that there are some Democratic leaders who are meeting this moment to an extent, who are reacting appropriately to our president dabbling in fascism and a government that has begun detaining legal residents for their speech. Let me show you what that looks like. Let me show you what an appropriate reaction is.
How many more New Yorkers? How many more New Yorkers will you detain? How many more New Yorkers will I charge? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan?
That is New York State Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani absolutely laying into Trump's border czar, seemingly having to be held back by the police lest he eat the man's entire head. That is what I would consider a measured response to what they're doing. Good for him for properly representing the rage of the people he represents. Because most of us don't have access to these ghouls currently fleecing the American people. And it's extremely frustrating when the people who do have access don't do anything with that. So good for him. I don't know, maybe you see that as being still performative. The guy is running for New York City mayor after all. But also, vote for him. Maybe he'd be a better mayor than the disgraced former governor. And even if it is performative, it's effective. Forbes posted this video with the headline, "Viral Moment," because yes, as I keep saying, you want to be the story. And there are other Democrats who see Elon Musk and all the Nazi stuff as a clear opening. Bernie Sanders, for example, is visiting key swing districts on a fighting oligarchy tour aimed directly at Musk. AOC is hosting webinars explaining the rights of immigrants even after being told that it was illegal, which it isn't, until it is, I guess. Over in Connecticut, Senator Chris Murphy has been very vocal about his party moving away from progressive ideas, and how much that sucks and eats. I do have some notes regarding some of Chris's other opinions, but here, he doesn't seem alone in this sentiment. Thanks to these freaks being, politicians, we are seeing Democrats try to stand out by specifically opposing Trump. Maine Governor Janet Mills is refusing to follow Trump's executive order banning trans girls from sports. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is whipping out the actual N-word. No, bad phrasing.
If you think I'm overreacting and sounding the alarm too soon, consider this. It took the Nazis 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes to dismantle a constitutional republic.
Nazi. He said Nazi. Good for him. Accurate. See how this is better than inviting Steve Bannon on your podcast? And while we're talking about Nazi junk, we should talk about the growing rage amongst federal employees. One of the first things Hitler did was ensure that everyone around him was a loyalist. He did that through violent means, but also political means. For example, replacing local police and local governments with his people. Trump is currently and very blatantly looking for loyalists in every position he can put them in, and it would help him greatly if the old guard were to just go away. There's a reason they ran that buyout scam to get people to voluntarily quit. There's a reason he's embracing Elon and Doge despite the unpopularity. He doesn't care about economic turmoil or the country falling apart. He is very clearly and immediately trying to break down the federal government and isolate America so that he can rebuild it in his image. Or maybe not even rebuild it. Maybe he just wants to pee on the ashes. But it's nice to hear actual people in the government say this stuff and recognize how scary it all is. And we should look for these helpers and rally behind them. We're lucky to have them. In fact, one of the benefits of having Elon Musk, a stupid person, stupidly hacking off the limbs of the government is that he's creating an entirely new resistance made up of former and current federal employees. Because Elon Musk is bad at running stuff, and his employees often learn that the hard way. There are Democrats capitalizing on that. For example, arranging a class action lawsuit against Musk for his cuts. It warms my icy heart, it's cold, to see that many federal employees appear to be organizing on Reddit and refusing to resign, which is good because the current administration wants them to resign. Please don't resign if you can handle it, please. But they will need more help. He's going to find all sorts of ways to punish these people. They need to be supported. A lot of people need to be supported, and I'm sorry I couldn't get into detail about every single one of them. But we need to support Brad. And for the average person wondering what they can do to help Brad, sometimes it's as easy as not cooperating. Interesting coincidence, but there's a declassified CIA manual that's suddenly getting popular online that's devoted to tactics for sabotaging organizations from within, simply by using incompetence. It's called the Simple Sabotage Field Manual, and you can read it for free on Project Gutenberg. It outlines passive tactics that an average citizen can use to gunk up the process for, fascism. This is especially relevant if you work in the government or for a large and terrible corporation, maybe a fast food place courting Nazis or a car company run by, at best, a Nazi sympathizer. Basically, this manual is the CIA's guide to trolling, with advice like, quote, misunderstand orders, ask endless questions, or engage in long correspondence about such orders, quibble over them when you can, and do your work poorly and blame it on bad tools, machinery, or equipment. Complain that these things are preventing you from doing your job right, and haggle over precise wordings of communications, minutes, resolutions, and my favorite, work slowly. Think out ways to increase the number of movements necessary on your job. Use a light hammer instead of a heavy one. Try to make a small wrench do when a big one is necessary. Use little force where considerable force is needed, and so on. It also has some advice we can't legally suggest you follow, and really we're not recommending you do anything. But it's filled with fun little ways to passively use incompetence as a tool of protest. Something a lot of us probably don't need a guide for. But mainly the reason it's interesting is that it reminds us that anyone is capable of fighting against something using very few tools. A person doesn't need to be John McClane, they can just be Bill Lumber. And for once, people can take the torments of bureaucracy and harness them for good. And so if you're one of many people who simply feel too tired for any of this shit, well, maybe you can use that exhaustion. Do what you can with what you have. Because the good news here is that mutual aid and doing the right thing isn't just easy, but comes naturally. cooperation is pretty vital for evolution, no matter what somebody who maybe we could talk about for a few hours tells you about lobster hierarchies. In fact, while any modern conservative would decry this as socialist nonsense, mutual aid is pretty embedded in America's history and is a key component of resistance movements. Stuff like the Black Panther Party's free breakfast program in 1969 involved giving kids food at local churches every week, up until the FBI and cops ran a propaganda campaign against it, as well as, on one occasion, pissing on the food. Boy, cops are bad. Well, remember the COVID pandemic? Sure you do. It's not over yet. But did that suck? Not only was Trump president, but the entire country decided to throw poor and disabled people into a grinder and feed the slurry to shareholders. It was pretty much just up to us, just like it is now. Per one estimate, the number of mutual aid groups in the US grew within the pandemic from 50 to 800. Not just out of need, but out of their effectiveness. They further demonstrated their effectiveness in the aftermath of the recent LA fires. They demonstrated it so much that literally the city of Los Angeles reached out to a mutual aid group for masks. Mutual aid is empowering and natural. It gives a voice to the people. It's how we grow and evolve. In every study on the matter, we found that disasters actually make people more compassionate. Again, because that's how we survive. Despite every fake media story about looting or any fictional portrayal of a lawless apocalypse, the reality is that we tend to pull through for each other. The lawless apocalypse is happening inside the government, not in our neighborhoods. In the wake of a major hurricane, for example, studies have seen less property and violent crime, not more. And right now, we are experiencing a disaster. And that sucks. But we're good at disasters. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And they will try to tell you otherwise. And in turn, you tell them to eat your shit or shit on the floor. Speaking of, my stomach hurts. Or as the doctor makes me say, my tummy hurts. It's weird, because all those MREs I ate, those are like the dried up food packets. I ate like a bunch of them. And they weren't expired. But I ate a bunch of them, so I should be full. Oof. I'm gonna go do something actionable. Oh my, that was quick. I feel so much better. I ate 6 of those things. It was 9,000 calories. It's a new record for me that I don't want to break. I will be back again. Hold on. Even quicker the second time. Feeling good. Nope. Hey everybody, thanks for watching. Just kidding about earlier. I've never pooped. So make sure to like and subscribe. That'd be really nice of you. Leave a comment if you want to be nice, and if you want to be mean, get out of here after you leave a mean comment or a nice one. Like and subscribe is my point. We've got a podcast called Even More News. You can check that out at the podcast store or at the YouTube store, which is this website. We have our podcasts on YouTube now, twice a week now. Oh my God, there's so many things happening. You can also listen to this show, Some More News, as a podcast. If you don't want to look at me, you can just listen to the show. It's fine. And we've got a patreon.com/some more news. And we've got a merch store with a URL that is readable and on the screen right now. And once you read that, you can type it in a little bar at the top of your little browser, and you can go there and buy some stuff with other stuff on it. And if you don't want to do that, that's okay. You've already left your mean comment. Why would you leave? We're nice here to certain people. We're less nice to others. Thanks for watching. See you later.
Pluto TV has all the shows and movies you love streaming for free. That means laughter is free with gut-busting comedies like The Neighborhood, Boomerang, and Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Bueller.
Mystery is free with countless cases to crack from Criminal Minds, Tracker, and Matlock.
I'm a lawyer, like the old TV show.
And thrills are free with heart-pumping hits like The Walking Dead and Pulp Fiction.
Correctamundo.
Feel the free Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
make we put together this funeral special for you?
How's that been working out for you?
Work good. Good more than bad. You're calm, Shaman. It is Victor.
You two know each other.
No, no need. This hardware is shit. You should replace.
So now you're running back to. Is that an argument? Or just a cheapskate tactic?
I need you to believe it. I need you. It's cheap. They have no furniture. What is it?
fee's just gone up.
We will see. No promise.
Got it. So I do this, and you put me in front of Brigitte, right?
Yes. Sortie at end of the hall. Go down. My people will let you pass. We are done.
Brigitte even know we're supposed to meet? Or did you cook this deal up all by yourself?
You speak good, chef, when time is right.
a sec.
You look just like him a sec ago.
Thanks. Wasn't asking. Oh, what happened?
What do you think? Buddhists were blowing smoke. You got duped. Made you their goddamn kamikaze drone. Guess that's your reward for lending him a hand.
I'm not about to put up with this shit.
Amen, brother. Let's go to Batty's hotel and get this shit settled for good. Grumpy motherfucker. Hope he likes surprises.
Black Wall was built, everyone think the ice would be enough. Keep the wild AIs out, away. But technology advances, it cannot be stopped. And now, catastrophe come again. This issue ends. The corporations, they do not see the danger. But we will be ready. Black Wall, what is it exactly? I mean, I know.
yourself. Probably what you're best at, faking it.
Since I last cobbled you up. How's it look down there? Well, shove so many tubes up your ass that you'll be 2 months off for
Chief spent cloistered in Mikoshi. Netwatch could have hunted her down years ago.
Well, they tried, believe me, but their tiny corporate brains can't handle a free AI that knows how people think. They were busy looking for her in the Crystal Palace while she was building the Ghost City for King. came through the black wall to meet me. That mean we're good? Things are chill between us?
I have recognized your engram code, but I do not know why you are here.
which is fine. But you have my word, we'll slip you inside Mikoshi while keeping you out of harm's way.
I believe this human factor and I have things in common.
So, we agree?
Yes, we are
good care of your